Find your comfort with easy drift sleep. If you're seeking restful nights, consider liking this episode and subscribing to our channel for more serene tales. Welcome to the quiet embrace of the evening, where the last vestiges of daylight soften into twilight. Imagine a world where the sun has dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of deep indigo and soft violet. A gentle coolness begins to settle upon the land, inviting a gathering, a drawing in, a turning towards warmth and light. This is the ancient hour, the timeless moment when humanity has always sought comfort and connection. Tonight, we journey back to the very origins of human experience, to a practice as old as our species itself, the telling of stories around a campfire. This tradition is not merely a pastime, it is a fundamental pillar of human culture, a thread woven through the fabric of our collective history. The act of sharing narratives around a dancing flame dates back to the earliest human societies, long before the invention of written language. It was in these flickering circles of light that knowledge, history, and mythology were first transmitted from one generation to the next, becoming one of humanity's most enduring and profound art forms. Across continents and through countless millennia, the tradition of storytelling around fires has been observed in virtually every human civilization. From the nomadic tribes of the African savanna to the indigenous peoples of the Americas, from the ancient European hearths to the communal gatherings in Asian villages, the practice is a universal human constant. It speaks to a shared need for understanding, for entertainment, and for connection in the face of the vast, mysterious world. Before the advent of papyrus scrolls, clay tablets, or printed books, the human voice was the primary vessel for preserving and disseminating information. The glowing embers of a communal fire served as the stage, the library, and the classroom all at once. Many of the ancient epic poems and sagas that we cherish today, such as the tales of Gilgamesh or the Homeric epics, were almost certainly first shared orally, recited and embellished around such communal fires, their verses echoing under star-strewn skies. These were not merely stories, they were living histories, mnemonic devices designed to carry the weight of generations. Beyond grand narratives, campfire stories were crucial for transmitting vital survival knowledge. Imagine a group gathered after a day of foraging or hunting. The elder, illuminated by the fire's glow, would recount lessons learned from tracking elusive game, identifying edible plants, or understanding the subtle behaviors of local wildlife. These narratives were practical guides, imbued with the wisdom of experience, ensuring the continuity and safety of the community. They taught the young how to navigate the wilderness, how to interpret the signs of the seasons, and how to coexist with the natural world. The deep connection between storytelling and the natural environment is further amplified by the setting itself. The practice of telling stories around campfires often linked human experiences to astronomical observations. Tales were woven around the celestial bodies, explaining the movements of the moon, the patterns of the stars, and the changing constellations. These stories provided a framework for understanding the cosmos, transforming distant lights into characters and narratives that gave meaning to the vastness above. The Milky Way might become a river of souls, or a constellation, a mighty hunter, forever chasing his prey across the night sky. To participate in this ancient ritual, even in imagination, is to connect with ancestral traditions, to touch a deeper sense of human history. It is a return to a fundamental mode of being, a primal connection to the very essence of human communication. The natural setting of a campfire inherently enhances this primal bond. It strips away the complexities of modern life, offering a respite from the constant demands of technology. Around a campfire, there are no screens, no notifications, no digital distractions. Instead, there is the direct, unfiltered interaction between human beings, united by a shared experience. This absence of modern technology encourages a return to fundamental human communication through narrative. The simple act of gathering around a fire to share stories is deeply comforting and grounding. The warmth emanating from the flames creates a comfortable, almost womb-like atmosphere, conducive to deep listening and shared intimacy. The soft, dancing light illuminates faces, highlighting expressions, and fostering a sense of togetherness that transcends the ordinary. It is in this intimate circle that stories truly come alive, not just as words, but as shared experiences, felt and understood collectively. The very air around the fire seems to hold the echoes of countless stories told through the ages, a gentle hum of human connection stretching back to the dawn of time. As the imaginary fire begins to crackle gently before us, we settle into its inviting warmth. The scene is simple, yet profoundly evocative. A circle of attentive listeners gathers, their faces softly illuminated by the flickering light. At the heart of this circle, a storyteller begins, their voice a melodic current against the backdrop of the night. The flickering light of the campfire itself becomes an active participant, enhancing the dramatic effect of the story being told. Shadows dance and sway on the surrounding trees, transforming familiar shapes into mysterious figures, adding a visual dimension to the narrative being spun. The warmth and light of this fire create a sense of intimacy that is uniquely conducive to sharing stories. It draws people closer, both physically and emotionally. The crackling sounds of the fire, the gentle pop of a burning log, the soft hiss of sap escaping, become part of the ambient soundscape, a rhythmic percussion that subtly influences the pacing and mood of the narrative. Sometimes, the darkness beyond the campfire's glow can heighten the suspense of a particularly thrilling tale, making the unknown just outside the circle feel vast and full of possibility. Storytellers around a campfire often use more than just words. They employ vocal inflections, varying their pitch and volume, and gestures, using their hands and bodies to engage their audience. The natural setting inherently enhances this primal connection to storytelling. The earth beneath, the open sky above, the scent of wood smoke, these elements ground the experience, making the stories feel more real, more immediate. Even scary stories, when told within the comforting warmth of a group around a fire, can feel less threatening, transformed into a shared thrill rather than a solitary fear. The simplicity of the campfire setting ensures that the story itself takes center stage. There are no elaborate backdrops or complex props, only the power of the spoken word and the shared imagination. The shared silence between parts of a campfire story can be as impactful as the words themselves, allowing moments of reflection, anticipation, or emotional resonance to settle in. The low light of a campfire encourages listeners to focus intently on the narrator's voice, to truly hear and absorb every word. It minimizes visual distractions, fostering a deeper engagement with the spoken narrative. The sensory details of a campfire, the rich smell of wood smoke, the comforting warmth on one's skin, the rhythmic crackle of burning logs, all enhance the storytelling experience. These sensations become intertwined with the memory of the stories themselves, creating a powerful, multi-sensory recollection. The intimacy of the campfire circle allows for subtle cues and reactions between storyteller and audience. A shared glance, a knowing nod, a collective gasp. The glow of the embers after a story concludes often leaves a lingering, reflective mood, a quiet contemplation of the tale just heard. The limited visibility around a campfire encourages listeners to visualize the story in their minds, painting vivid pictures with the storyteller's words. The glowing embers themselves can inspire tales of mythical creatures emerging from the shadows, or ancient spirits dwelling within the fire. Stories told around campfires often utilize the natural sounds of the night, the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, the distant hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, as organic sound effects, weaving them seamlessly into the narrative. The rhythmic crackle of a campfire can subtly influence the pacing and mood of a narrative, sometimes quickening with a dramatic turn, sometimes softening during a quiet reflection. The quiet anticipation before a campfire story begins is a unique and cherished part of the experience. It is a moment of collective readiness, a shared breath before the journey into imagination commences. The scent of wood smoke, so distinctive and evocative, often becomes deeply intertwined with the memory of a particular campfire story, forever linking the two in one's mind. The darkness surrounding the campfire can amplify the storyteller's voice, making it feel more resonant, more profound, as if it emerges from the very heart of the night. The flickering shadows cast by the fire can make even familiar surroundings seem mysterious and new, transforming ordinary trees into ancient guardians or distant rocks into slumbering beasts. The natural ebb and flow of the fire's intensity can mirror the dramatic arc of a story, flaring brighter during moments of excitement and dimming to a gentle glow during quieter passages. The gentle glow of a campfire provides just enough light to see expressions, to feel the connection, but leaves much to the imagination, inviting the mind to fill in the details. The low light encourages more expressive vocalizations and gestures from the storyteller, allowing for a greater range of emotional delivery. The rhythmic crackling of a campfire can subconsciously influence the pacing and rhythm of a story being told, creating a hypnotic effect that draws listeners deeper into the narrative. A shared gaze into the fire during a pause in storytelling can create a collective moment of reflection, a silent communion among those gathered. The flickering shadows cast by the fire can animate the imagination, bringing story elements to life in the mind's eye, making a hero's journey or a monster's lair feel incredibly vivid. The absence of artificial light around a campfire allows for a unique visual experience, where the fire is the sole focal point, a mesmerizing heart of light in the enveloping darkness. The soft glow of the embers after the flames die down can inspire a sense of peaceful contemplation following a story, a gentle winding down. The unique acoustics of an open-air setting around a fire can lend a distinct quality to the storyteller's voice, making it feel expansive yet intimate. The flickering light can create a sense of movement and dynamism, even when the storyteller is still, adding a subtle visual rhythm to the narrative. The rhythmic crackle of a campfire can synchronize with the narrator's voice, creating a hypnotic effect during storytelling, drawing the listener into a deeper state of attention. The limited visual distractions around a campfire encourage deeper listening and imaginative engagement with the narrative, allowing the mind to wander freely within the story's landscape. The glow of a campfire can make the storyteller's face appear more expressive, enhancing the emotional delivery of the narrative, allowing every nuanced feeling to be conveyed. With the atmosphere now firmly established, the air filled with the scent of wood smoke and the gentle sounds of the night, we turn our attention to the core purpose of these ancient gatherings. It is not just about the fire, or the darkness, or the shared warmth, but about the profound impact these stories have had on individuals and communities throughout human history. These narratives, spun from imagination and experience, served as the very bedrock of culture, shaping beliefs, imparting wisdom, and forging bonds that transcended time. They were the threads that wove together the tapestry of human understanding, offering solace, guidance, and a sense of belonging in a world that was often mysterious and challenging. The stories told around these ancient fires were more than mere entertainment. They were vital tools for survival, for education, and for the preservation of identity. They taught moral lessons, explained natural phenomena, and celebrated heroic deeds. They provided a framework for understanding the world, for making sense of the unknown, and for connecting with the spiritual dimensions of existence. Each tale, whether a myth of creation or a practical lesson in hunting, carried the weight of generations, passed down with reverence and care. The storyteller became a living library, a custodian of collective memory, ensuring that the wisdom of the past illuminated the path forward. These narratives fostered empathy, allowing listeners to step into the shoes of others, to experience different perspectives, and to understand the complexities of human nature. They built community by creating shared experiences and common understandings. When a group listened to the same story, they shared a moment, a feeling, a collective journey into imagination. This shared experience strengthened their bonds, reinforcing their identity as a cohesive unit. The stories became part of their collective consciousness, shaping their values and guiding their actions. The act of listening around a campfire also encouraged active participation, even if only through focused attention and imaginative engagement. Listeners were not passive recipients, they were co-creators of the story, their minds painting the scenes, their emotions reacting to the unfolding drama. This active engagement deepened their connection to the narrative and to each other. The stories offered a safe space to explore fears, to celebrate triumphs, and to contemplate the great mysteries of life and death. They provided a sense of continuity, linking the present generation to their ancestors and to those who would come after. The rhythmic quality of oral storytelling, often accompanied by the subtle cadences of the fire, had a hypnotic effect, drawing listeners into a deep state of receptivity. This state of heightened awareness allowed the stories to penetrate deeply, to resonate within the heart and mind, leaving a lasting impression. The narratives became part of the listener's inner landscape, shaping their dreams and influencing their waking thoughts. They were not just heard, they were absorbed, internalized, and woven into the very fabric of one's being. As the flames of our imaginary fire continue their gentle dance, casting long, soft shadows, we begin to feel the profound weight of this ancient tradition. The stories told around these fires were the first textbooks, the first moral codes, the first works of art. They were the means by which humanity made sense of its place in the cosmos, by which it preserved its history, and by which it nurtured its soul. They were the whispers of the past, echoing through the ages, reminding us of our shared humanity and our enduring need for narrative. The glow of the embers now softens, the flames settling into a more subdued rhythm. The air grows stiller, the sounds of the night more pronounced. We have journeyed into the very beginning, to the primal scene of human connection and imagination. The warmth of the fire, the quiet anticipation, the resonant voice of the storyteller. These elements, have woven themselves together, creating a tapestry of timeless comfort. As the fire continues its gentle descent into glowing embers, we too begin to settle, preparing for a deeper journey into the quiet landscapes of the mind, where these ancient stories can truly unfold in their own time and space. The crackle of the fire grows softer, a gentle lullaby against the vast canvas of the night, inviting a deeper stillness. The quiet anticipation, the resonant voice of the storyteller, these elements have woven themselves together, creating a tapestry of timeless comfort. As the fire continues its gentle descent into glowing embers, we too begin to settle, preparing for a deeper journey into the quiet landscapes of the mind, where these ancient stories can truly unfold in their own time and space. The crackle of the fire grows softer, a gentle lullaby against the vast canvas of the night, inviting a deeper stillness. This stillness, this profound quiet, is precisely what campfires have always offered, a sanctuary from the clamor of the world, a space where the human voice could rise above the rustling leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. The campfire, in its most fundamental form, represents one of humanity's earliest and most enduring technologies, a mastery over fire that transforms survival into civilization. Before the hearth, before the lamp, before the electric light, there was the flickering flame under the open sky, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The earliest evidence of controlled fire dates back hundreds of thousands of years, with sites like Wonderwork Cave in South Africa showing signs of hearths used by early hominids. These ancient fires were not merely for warmth or cooking, they were gathering points, the very first social hubs. Imagine a group of early humans, perhaps Homo erectus or early Homo sapiens, huddled together as the sun dips below the horizon. The air grows cold and the shadows lengthen, but in the center, a small, carefully tended fire pushes back the gloom. Its warmth is a physical comfort, its light a psychological shield. Around these primal fires, the necessities of life were shared: food, warmth, safety from predators. But something else began to emerge, something uniquely human: communication beyond the immediate needs of survival. The flickering light played tricks with the shadows, animating the world, making the familiar seem strange and the strange seem possible. In this liminal space, the first stories were likely born. Perhaps they were simple accounts of the day's hunt, tales of close calls with large animals, or descriptions of distant lands glimpsed during migration. As language developed, so too did the complexity of these narratives. The campfire became the original classroom, the first theater, the initial council chamber. Elders would transmit knowledge of plant lore, animal behavior, and the movements of the stars. Hunters would recount their exploits, teaching younger generations the strategies and dangers of the chase. These were not merely informational exchanges. They were woven into narratives, imbued with emotion and dramatic tension, designed to capture attention and ensure retention. The very act of storytelling around a fire is a form of mnemonic, aiding memory through engagement and shared experience. Consider the composition of such a gathering. The fire itself is the focal point, its light illuminating faces, casting long, dancing shadows behind the listeners. The storyteller, often positioned to be clearly seen and heard, would use gestures, vocal inflections, and pauses to build suspense or emphasize a point. The audience, captivated, would listen intently, perhaps offering murmurs of agreement or gasps of surprise. This communal experience fostered a sense of belonging, reinforcing tribal bonds and shared identity. The stories were not just entertainment, they were the glue that held societies together. The sounds of the night would form a natural backdrop: the chirping of crickets, the hoot of an owl, the distant howl of a wolf. These sounds, far from being distractions, often became integrated into the narrative itself, lending an atmospheric authenticity to tales of the wild. A storyteller might pause, listening to a particular sound, and then weave it into the unfolding plot, making the listeners feel even more deeply connected to the world being described. The rustle of leaves could become the stealthy approach of a predator, the whisper of the wind, a spirit's voice. The physical sensation of the fire was also integral. The radiant heat on one side of the body, the cool night air on the other, created a subtle tension, a dynamic balance that mirrored the tension and release within the stories themselves. The smell of wood smoke, earthy and primal, permeated the air, becoming inextricably linked with the act of listening and sharing. This olfactory memory, deeply ingrained, continues to evoke feelings of comfort and nostalgia for many even today. As human societies evolved, from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agricultural communities, the campfire retained its central role, albeit in slightly modified forms. The open-air fire might move indoors to a hearth or a central pit within a dwelling, but the principle remained the same: a source of light, warmth, and a gathering place for stories. Villages and towns grew, yet the evening ritual of coming together around a fire to share tales persisted. In ancient Greece, for example, while formal theaters emerged for dramatic performances, the informal storytelling tradition continued around domestic hearths and outdoor fires during festivals. The epic poems of Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, were originally oral traditions, passed down through generations of bards who would recite them, likely in communal settings, often illuminated by firelight. Imagine a rhapsode, a professional reciter, standing before a rapt audience, his voice echoing the exploits of heroes and gods, the flames dancing in time with the rhythm of his words. The Norse sagas, too, were primarily oral narratives, recited in longhouses around roaring fires during the harsh Scandinavian winters. These tales of gods, giants, heroes, and voyages across treacherous seas provided entertainment, historical context, and moral instruction. The flickering firelight would have intensified the dramatic imagery, making the listeners feel as though they were witnessing the battles of Odin or the journeys of Eric the Red firsthand. The warmth was a necessity, but the stories were sustenance for the soul. Across continents, similar patterns emerged. Indigenous cultures throughout the Americas have rich traditions of storytelling around campfires. The Anishinaabe people of the Great Lakes region, for instance, tell stories of Nanabojo, a trickster figure, often during the long winter nights. These stories, known as Adizukanog, are not merely entertainment, but convey cultural values, spiritual beliefs, and historical knowledge. They are often told only when the snow is on the ground, a seasonal restriction that imbues them with special significance and reverence. The fire, in these contexts, is not just a light source, but a sacred element, a witness to the unfolding narrative. In African traditions, the griot of West Africa serves as a storyteller, praise singer, poet, and musician, often performing around a community fire. The griot's tales are encyclopedic, encompassing genealogies, historical events, myths, and legends, passed down through generations. These performances are vibrant and interactive, with the audience often participating through call and response, clapping, or singing. The fire provides the central glow, drawing everyone into the shared experience, creating a powerful sense of unity and continuity. The very act of building a campfire is a ritual in itself, a preparation for the stories to come. The careful selection of wood, dry kindling, progressively larger pieces, the patient coaxing of a spark into a flame, the tending of the nascent fire until it roars to life. Each step is deliberate, a mindful engagement with the elements. This preparatory phase mirrors the gathering of thoughts, the shaping of a narrative, the slow building of anticipation before the first words are spoken. Once the fire is established, its presence dictates the rhythm of the evening. The initial bright, lively flames might accompany more boisterous tales, perhaps humorous anecdotes or exciting adventures. As the fire settles into a steady glow, with fewer sparks and a more consistent warmth, the stories might become more contemplative, more profound, myths of creation, tales of ancestors, or philosophical parables. And as the fire begins its slow descent into embers, the narratives often become quieter, more introspective, perhaps ghost stories, whispered low, or personal reflections shared in hushed tones. The transition from roaring flames to glowing embers is a metaphor for the journey into deeper consciousness that storytelling facilitates. The initial brightness captures attention, much like the opening hook of a story. The steady glow sustains engagement, drawing listeners into the narrative's heart. The fading embers invite introspection, a quiet contemplation of the story's meaning and its resonance within one's own experience. This natural progression of the fire directly influences the pacing and emotional tenor of the storytelling session. Consider the role of shadows. A campfire creates a dynamic interplay of light and shadow, making the familiar surroundings seem both comforting and mysterious. A tree branch might become a monstrous arm, a distant rock, a slumbering beast. These visual ambiguities enhance the imaginative power of the stories, allowing the listener's minds to fill in the gaps, to conjure images more vivid than any direct illumination could provide. The shadows are not merely an absence of light, they are a canvas for the mind's eye. The warmth of the fire is more than just physical comfort. It is a psychological embrace. In a world that could be harsh and unpredictable, the campfire offered a predictable source of solace. It was a place of safety, a refuge from the unknown. This sense of security fostered an environment where vulnerability was possible, where fears could be voiced and shared, and where the wisdom of the collective could be imparted. Stories often served as a way to process fear, to understand the unknown, and to transmit coping mechanisms for life's challenges. The very act of listening to a story around a fire engages multiple senses simultaneously. The visual spectacle of the flames, the warmth on the skin, the earthy scent of wood smoke, the crackling sounds of burning wood, and the resonant voice of the storyteller. All these elements conspire to create a deeply immersive experience. This multi-sensory engagement is far more powerful than simply reading words on a page or watching images on a screen. It taps into primal human faculties, connecting us to our ancient past. Even in modern times, with all our technological advancements, the allure of the campfire remains undiminished. From backyard fire pits to wilderness camping trips, the desire to gather around a flame and share stories persists. There's something profoundly satisfying about stripping away the complexities of modern life and returning to this elemental form of connection. The flickering light still holds a hypnotic quality, the warmth still offers comfort, and the shared narratives still bind us together. The stories themselves have evolved, of course. From ancient myths of creation and heroic epics, we now tell ghost stories, personal anecdotes, tall tales, and urban legends. Yet the underlying purpose remains constant: to entertain, to instruct, to connect, and to make sense of the human experience. The campfire provides the perfect crucible for these narratives, a space where the imagination can roam free, unconstrained by the harsh realities of the day. As the fire burns down, its energy transforming from bright, active flames to a steady, deep red glow, the atmosphere shifts. The urgency of the day recedes, replaced by a profound sense of peace. The world outside the circle of light seems to fade, becoming less important. Only the fire, the storyteller's voice, and the shared presence of the listeners truly matter. This narrowing of focus is a powerful antidote to the distractions of modern life, a forced simplicity that allows the mind to settle. The embers, once the vibrant heart of the fire, now hold a quiet, enduring heat. They pulsate with a soft internal glow, a memory of the fire's former brilliance. This stage of the fire's life is particularly conducive to introspection and quiet contemplation. The stories told now are often those that linger, that invite reflection, that resonate deeply within the listener's soul. They are the stories that, like the embers, continue to radiate warmth long after the flames have died down. The gentle crackle that remains is a soft, rhythmic sound, a natural metronome for the quiet moments. It is a sound that speaks of continuity, of the slow, deliberate passage of time. It is a sound that encourages a slowing of one's own internal rhythm, a gentle invitation to quietude. The air, now permeated with the lingering scent of wood smoke, becomes a comforting blanket, wrapping around the senses. This descent into quietude is not an end, but a transformation. The energy of the roaring fire has not vanished. It has simply changed form, becoming more subtle, more profound. The stories, too, undergo a similar transformation. From vibrant narratives actively told, they become internal echoes, resonating within the mind, shaping thoughts and dreams. The campfire in its final stages becomes a metaphor for the journey into sleep itself, a slow, gentle surrender to the quiet depths of the subconscious. The lingering warmth of the embers, the soft, rhythmic sounds, and the deep, earthy scent of the smoke create an environment perfectly attuned to rest. The mind, having been engaged and transported by the stories, now finds itself in a state of receptive calm. The narratives, having served their purpose of connection and meaning-making, now recede, leaving behind a profound sense of peace and a gentle readiness for the quiet unfolding of the night. The stories, like the embers, continue to glow within, providing a gentle light for the journey ahead. The stories, like the embers, continue to glow within, providing a gentle light for the journey ahead. This journey often begins with the very act of gathering, a primal instinct that predates recorded history. Before the written word, before permanent settlements, humanity's earliest narratives were shaped by the flickering light of a controlled flame. The campfire was not merely a source of warmth or a means of cooking. It was the original theater, the first classroom, and the most ancient council chamber. Its glow pushed back the encroaching darkness, both literally and metaphorically, allowing minds to wander and voices to share. Consider the earliest hominids, perhaps Homo erectus, who first mastered fire approximately 1.5 million years ago. This discovery was a monumental leap, fundamentally altering the trajectory of human development. Fire offered protection from predators, enabled the cooking of food, which in turn led to easier digestion and greater nutrient absorption, contributing to brain development, and extended the usable hours of the day. But crucially, it also fostered social cohesion. Around the fire, families and small bands could gather safely after dark, their faces illuminated, their hands free from the immediate tasks of survival. This communal space became fertile ground for communication beyond simple warnings or directives. The advent of language, a complex system of symbolic communication, is intimately linked with this period. While the exact timeline of language development remains a subject of intense academic debate, many theories suggest that the cognitive demands of social interaction, coupled with the extended periods of wakefulness around a fire, provided a powerful impetus for its evolution. Imagine a group huddled together, the crackle of burning wood providing a rhythmic backdrop. Here, experiences of the day, the successful hunt, the sighting of a dangerous animal, the discovery of a new foraging ground, could be recounted, embellished, and passed down. These were the nascent forms of storytelling. These early narratives were not merely entertainment. They were vital tools for survival and cultural transmission. Stories taught hunting techniques, identified edible plants, warned of tribal enemies, and explained natural phenomena. They instilled values, reinforced social norms, and forged a collective identity. The elders, often the keepers of these oral traditions, held a revered place within the community, their memories serving as living libraries. Their voices, modulated by the flickering light, would weave tales that bound generations together. The very structure of these early stories was likely influenced by the environment of the campfire. The darkness beyond the circle of light would have lent itself to tales of mystery and danger, of spirits and unseen forces. The warmth of the fire would have fostered a sense of security, allowing for the exploration of fears and anxieties within a safe, communal context. The rhythmic nature of fire, its dancing flames, its consistent crackle, would have naturally encouraged a narrative flow, a cadence that lulled and engaged simultaneously. As human societies evolved from nomadic hunter-gatherers to more settled agricultural communities, the campfire retained its central role. Even with the development of more permanent shelters, the hearth remained the heart of the home, a place for gathering and sharing. The stories adapted, reflecting new concerns, the cycles of planting and harvesting, the vagaries of weather, the complexities of village life. Myths and legends grew more intricate, explaining the origins of the world, the deeds of gods and heroes, and the moral principles that governed human conduct. In ancient Greece, for instance, long before the rise of dramatic theater or written epics, oral poets known as rhapsodes would travel from town to town, reciting lengthy narratives like the Iliad and the Odyssey. While not always performed around a literal campfire, the spirit of communal gathering and oral transmission was deeply ingrained. These performances were often held in great halls, but the intimate, captivating power of a single voice, weaving a complex tale for an enraptured audience, echoed the primordial campfire experience. The rhythmic meter of epic poetry, such as dactylic hexameter, was designed for oral delivery, its patterns aiding memorization and enhancing the listener's engagement, much like the rhythmic crackle of a fire. The Norse sagas, passed down through generations in the longhouses of Scandinavia, also exemplify this tradition. Skalds, the court poets, would recite tales of gods like Odin and Thor, of legendary heroes in epic battles, often by the warmth of a central hearth. The long winter nights, with their profound darkness and cold, made these indoor gatherings around a fire an essential part of social life. The sagas were not merely entertainment, they were repositories of history, genealogy, law, and cultural values, meticulously preserved and transmitted through oral performance. The very act of listening, of absorbing these intricate narratives, fostered a deep connection to ancestry and community. Across continents, similar patterns emerged. Indigenous cultures worldwide developed rich oral traditions, with storytelling often centered around fire. In many Native American tribes, the campfire was a sacred space where creation myths, trickster tales, and historical accounts were shared. These stories often carried profound spiritual significance, explaining the relationship between humans and the natural world, the origins of sacred rituals, and the lessons learned from ancestors. The act of storytelling was often accompanied by drumming, singing, or ceremonial dances, further enhancing the immersive experience. The fire itself was often seen as a living entity, a conduit between the physical and spiritual realms, its smoke carrying prayers and narratives skyward. The Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime stories, for example, are an ancient and complex body of oral traditions that explain the creation of the land, its features, and all living things. These narratives are deeply intertwined with specific places and ancestral beings, and their telling is often accompanied by ceremonies and art. While not exclusively campfire stories, the communal gathering and oral transmission of these profound narratives share a common lineage with the campfire tradition, emphasizing the importance of shared experience and the power of the spoken word to connect individuals to their heritage and environment. Even in more recent history, the campfire continued to be a potent symbol and practical setting for storytelling. Pioneers journeying westward across North America, cowboys on cattle drives, and soldiers on campaign all relied on the campfire for warmth, sustenance, and camaraderie. After a long day of arduous travel or demanding work, the flickering light of the fire offered a respite, a moment to unwind and connect. Tales of adventure, hardship, humor, and longing would be shared, solidifying bonds and easing the burdens of the journey. These stories often became part of the collective memory of a group, shaping their identity and providing a sense of shared purpose. Consider the American cowboy, a figure romanticized in countless stories and songs. The reality of cowboy life was often harsh and solitary, but around the campfire, a sense of community emerged. Cowboys would swap stories of daring feats, encounters with outlaws, or humorous mishaps with cattle. These narratives, often exaggerated for effect, served to entertain, to teach lessons about the range, and to reinforce the values of courage, resilience, and loyalty. The campfire provided a stage for these impromptu performances, where the art of storytelling was honed and celebrated. During wartime, soldiers often found solace and connection around makeshift fires. In the trenches of World War I or the jungles of Vietnam, the shared experience of combat created an urgent need for communication and emotional release. Stories, whether humorous anecdotes, harrowing accounts of battle, or nostalgic memories of home, help soldiers process their experiences, build morale, and maintain their humanity amidst the brutality of conflict. The fire, even a small, carefully concealed one, offered a fragile beacon of warmth and light in an otherwise dark and terrifying world. The very act of tending a fire, feeding it wood, watching the flames dance, feeling its warmth, is a meditative process. This physical engagement with the fire creates a receptive state of mind, preparing the listener for the narrative to unfold. The rhythmic crackle and pop of burning wood, the shifting shadows cast by the flames, and the subtle scent of smoke all contribute to an immersive sensory experience that enhances the power of the story. It is a multi-sensory engagement that bypasses the analytical mind and speaks directly to deeper, more ancient parts of the brain. The transition from oral storytelling to written literature marked a significant shift in human communication, but it did not erase the fundamental power of the spoken word around a fire. Even with books and eventually electronic media, the campfire story retained its unique charm and function. It offered a direct, unmediated form of communication, a chance for human voices to connect without the intervention of technology. It was, and remains, a reminder of our shared heritage, a link to the countless generations who gathered in similar circles, sharing their fears, their hopes, and their wisdom. The cultural significance of the campfire story is evident in its enduring presence in modern life. From scouting trips to family camping vacations, from wilderness expeditions to backyard gatherings, the act of sitting around a fire and sharing stories remains a cherished tradition. Children are often introduced to the magic of storytelling in this setting, their imaginations sparked by tales told under a canopy of stars. These experiences create lasting memories, forging bonds between individuals and fostering a sense of wonder about the world. The stories themselves have evolved, encompassing everything from ghost stories designed to send shivers down the spine, to personal anecdotes that reveal shared humanity. Yet the core elements remain constant: the warmth of the fire, the intimacy of the circle, the power of the human voice, and the collective engagement of listeners. The act of listening around a campfire is an active one, requiring imagination and empathy. The absence of visual distractions, common in modern entertainment, forces the mind to create its own images, to inhabit the world of the story more fully. The psychological effects of gathering around a fire are also profound. The warmth and light provide a sense of security, reducing feelings of vulnerability that can arise in darkness. The communal aspect fosters a sense of belonging and reduces feelings of isolation. The rhythmic flicker of the flames has a naturally calming effect, often inducing a state of gentle contemplation. This combination of security, community, and sensory stimulation creates an ideal environment for the reception of narratives, allowing them to penetrate deeper into the subconscious. Anthropological studies suggest that the act of sharing stories around a fire may have played a crucial role in the development of empathy and social cognition. By listening to narratives about others' experiences, individuals learn to understand different perspectives, to anticipate social outcomes, and to develop a richer theory of mind. This ability to understand and relate to the internal states of others is fundamental to complex social structures, and the campfire provided an early, powerful training ground for its development. The stories shared around these ancient flames were not just about the past, they were also about the future. Prophecies, dreams, and hopes for the coming seasons or generations would be articulated, shaping collective aspirations. The fire, with its transformative power, consuming wood and emitting light and heat, served as a potent metaphor for change and renewal. It was a place where the past was honored, the present was experienced, and the future was imagined. Even the simple act of watching the flames can be a form of storytelling in itself. The dancing patterns, the shifting colors, the way the wood slowly transforms into glowing embers, these visual narratives can captivate the mind, drawing it into a state of quiet observation. This gentle absorption, this wordless contemplation, is a precursor to the deeper rest that follows the shared stories. The mind, having been engaged by the narrative, now finds a quiet space to process and integrate. The art of the campfire storyteller is a subtle one. It involves not just the words themselves, but the timing, the pauses, the modulation of the voice, and the ability to read the audience. A skilled storyteller can create vivid images in the mind's eye, evoke strong emotions, and transport listeners to other times and places. This mastery of oral performance is a testament to the enduring power of the human voice as a tool for connection and meaning-making. As the fire begins to wane, its flames softening into a steady glow of embers, the stories, too, begin to settle. The grand narratives, the thrilling adventures, the ancient myths, they recede, leaving behind a residue of warmth and wonder. The air grows cooler, the sounds of the night become more pronounced, and the world beyond the circle of light seems to draw closer. The embers, once vibrant and dancing, now hold a steady, quiet heat, a gentle pulse in the encroaching darkness. This transition from active storytelling to quiet contemplation is a natural progression. The mind, having been stimulated and engaged, now seeks a different kind of nourishment, the nourishment of stillness. The stories have done their work, weaving threads of connection, meaning, and shared experience. They have provided a journey for the imagination, a gentle exercise for the spirit. Now, as the fire settles, so too does the mind, preparing for its own journey into the depths of rest. The scent of wood smoke, now fainter, still lingers in the air, a comforting reminder of the shared experience. The subtle sounds of the night, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the gentle hum of insects, start to assert themselves, filling the spaces left by the receding voices. The world outside the circle of light, once a source of mystery and potential danger, now feels peaceful and inviting, a vast expanse of quiet, waiting. The stories have created a bridge from the waking world to this realm of gentle calm, guiding the mind toward a state of profound tranquility. The journey inward begins, carried on the soft currents of memory and the lingering warmth of the fire's embrace. The lingering warmth of the fire's embrace, a gentle heat against the cool night air, serves as a silent invitation. It is within this quiet, enveloping space that the echoes of humanity truly resonate, where the power of shared stories begins its deeper work. Around the flickering heart of the campfire, a profound sense of community naturally blossoms, a shared experience that binds individuals together in a way few other rituals can. This ancient practice, older than written language itself, fosters a unique connection, weaving a tapestry of understanding and belonging among those gathered. These campfire stories, whether whispered or spoken with dramatic flair, serve multiple timeless purposes. They are, at their core, instruments of entertainment, diverting minds from the day's toil or the wilderness's vastness. Yet, they are also potent tools for education, imparting practical knowledge or ethical principles through memorable narratives. Perhaps most significantly, they are vehicles for moral lessons, guiding listeners toward a deeper comprehension of right and wrong, courage and caution, often through the adventures and misadventures of characters within the tale. Traditional campfire stories often draw from the rich wellspring of local legends, tales that have been shaped by generations, reflecting the unique landscape and history of a particular place. They might recount the exploits of a local hero, the mysterious happenings in a nearby forest, or the origins of a distinctive rock formation. Alongside these legends, folklore thrives, populated by mythical creatures, wise animals, and spirits of the land. And then there are the personal anecdotes, stories born from individual experience, perhaps embellished slightly for dramatic effect, but always carrying the authentic resonance of a life lived. These diverse narratives, all shared within the intimate circle of firelight, contribute to the collective memory of the group, creating lasting impressions that endure long after the embers have cooled. The act of listening to a campfire story is not a passive one. It actively encourages the imagination to unfurl, painting vivid pictures in the mind's eye. Without visual aids, the listener becomes the architect of the scene, constructing characters, landscapes, and events from the storyteller's words. This visualization process is a powerful mental exercise, engaging cognitive faculties in a gentle yet profound way. It allows individuals to journey to distant lands, encounter fantastical beings, or relive historical moments, all from the comfort of their communal hearth. Sharing stories around a campfire also provides a unique avenue for processing experiences and emotions. A tale of overcoming adversity might help a listener contextualize their own challenges. A humorous anecdote can lighten the burden of a difficult day. The collective experience of fear or wonder evoked by a well-told story can be exhilarating, a safe exploration of intense emotions within the protective boundary of the fire's glow. This shared emotional landscape strengthens the bonds between participants, creating a deeper sense of empathy and mutual understanding. The ritual of gathering around a fire for stories is itself a powerful reinforcement of social bonds. It is a deliberate act of coming together, setting aside individual tasks to participate in a collective experience. This communal focus on a single voice, a shared narrative, creates a sense of unity, a powerful antidote to the distractions and isolation that can sometimes characterize modern life. In many ways, it harks back to humanity's earliest social structures, where the fire was the center of life, warmth, and community. Campfire stories are, fundamentally, a form of oral history, living archives that preserve cultural narratives. They carry the wisdom of ancestors, the history of a people, and the values of a community across generations. Through these tales, children learn about their heritage, adults reconnect with their roots, and strangers find common ground. The stories often reflect the values and beliefs of the community telling them, subtly transmitting moral codes, societal expectations, and spiritual understandings. They are not merely entertainment, they are the very fabric of cultural identity, woven thread by thread around the fire. The collective imagination of the group contributes significantly to the power of a campfire story. Each listener brings their own experiences and perspectives, subtly enriching the narrative as it unfolds. A storyteller might offer a framework, but the audience fills in the details, colors the emotions, and adds their own interpretations. This collaborative mental effort makes the story a truly shared creation, a living entity that exists simultaneously in many minds. The shared vulnerability of telling and listening to stories around a fire, particularly in the vastness of the outdoors, naturally builds trust. It is an act of opening up, both for the storyteller who shares a piece of themselves, and for the listener who offers their attention and imagination. This act of sharing is a powerful tool for cultural transmission and preservation. It ensures that ancient narratives, often imbued with deep meaning and practical wisdom, do not fade into obscurity. Instead, they are kept alive, vibrant, and relevant through the voices of successive generations. The shared laughter or gasps during a campfire story create a powerful collective emotional experience. Moments of synchronized feeling that forge deeper connections than mere conversation ever could. This collective emotional resonance is a hallmark of the campfire effect, where attention is heightened and engagement is deepened by the unique setting. The act of sharing a campfire story builds trust and empathy among a group. By listening to another's narrative, one steps, however briefly, into their perspective, understanding their joys, fears, and triumphs. This imaginative leap fosters a deeper connection, allowing individuals to see beyond their own immediate concerns and recognize the shared humanity in others. The shared focus on the storyteller's voice creates a sense of unity among listeners, a temporary merging of individual consciousness into a collective experience. It is a powerful reminder of our interconnectedness, a primal connection to ancient human practices and traditions. Many campfire stories teach about respect for nature and the interconnectedness of life. They might feature animals as wise guides, trees as ancient protectors, or rivers as life-giving forces. These narratives instill an appreciation for the natural world, fostering a sense of stewardship and humility. They can also be a source of wonder, igniting imagination and curiosity about the world around us, encouraging exploration and discovery. The act of telling a campfire story can be a way for individuals to share their inner world with others, revealing aspects of their personality, their beliefs, and their experiences that might otherwise remain hidden. The ritual of sharing stories around a campfire can also help process daily events and solidify memories of a trip or gathering. The day's adventures, challenges, and observations are often woven into the evening's tales, giving them structure and meaning. This narrative framing helps individuals integrate their experiences, making them more memorable and personally significant. It is a form of cognitive mapping, helping individuals understand their surroundings and their place within them, not just physically, but emotionally and culturally. This communal aspect of campfire storytelling can significantly reduce feelings of isolation, particularly in remote or unfamiliar settings, creating a comforting sense of belonging. The campfire effect in storytelling refers precisely to this heightened attention and emotional engagement fostered by the setting. The flickering light, the warmth, the intimacy of the circle all conspire to create an environment uniquely conducive to narrative absorption. Campfire stories can be a powerful tool for teaching children about cultural values, safety, and the natural world, presenting these lessons in an engaging and memorable format. The collective imagination of the audience is indeed often more active around a campfire, filling in details suggested by the story, making the narrative a co-created experience. Campfire stories can even be used to alleviate fear of the dark or the unknown, especially for those in unfamiliar outdoor settings. By transforming the darkness into a canvas for imagination, rather than a source of anxiety, stories can reframe the wilderness as a place of wonder and adventure. The shared vulnerability of being in the wilderness around a fire can make people more receptive to intimate or personal stories, fostering a deeper level of connection and empathy. Campfire stories can serve as a form of collective memory making, where a group creates shared narratives of their time together, strengthening their bond. The warmth of the fire itself creates a physiological sense of comfort and safety, making listeners more open to stories, more receptive to the narrative's emotional currents. This physical comfort enhances the psychological openness, creating an ideal environment for connection. Campfire stories can be used to build group cohesion, especially in new or diverse groups, by providing a common focus and shared emotional experiences. They are a powerful tool for developing empathy, allowing listeners to step into other perspectives, to walk in another's shoes, if only for the duration of the tale. The intimacy of the campfire setting can encourage individuals to share personal stories they might not otherwise tell, fostering a deeper level of self-disclosure and mutual understanding. Campfire stories can also be a way to pass on practical knowledge, such as tracking skills or plant identification, within an engaging narrative framework, making the information more memorable and accessible. They can be a form of escapism, transporting listeners to different worlds and times, offering a temporary reprieve from the immediate realities of their lives. The shared silence between stories around a campfire is as significant as the stories themselves, allowing for reflection, for the narratives to settle, and for the imagination to continue its work. This quiet space is crucial for the integration of the story's lessons and emotions. The shared experience of a campfire story can create collective memories that bind individuals long after the fire has died down, forming a lasting legacy of connection and shared history. The communal act of sharing stories around a fire strengthens social bonds and reinforces group identity, creating a sense of belonging that resonates deeply. Campfire stories can be a powerful tool for teaching empathy by allowing listeners to experience different perspectives through narrative, fostering understanding and compassion. They can help children develop language skills and an appreciation for narrative structure, laying the groundwork for literacy and critical thinking. The shared vulnerability of sitting in the dark around a fire can open people up to more personal storytelling, fostering deeper intimacy and trust. Campfire stories can be a gentle way to introduce complex ideas or historical events to a diverse audience, making them accessible and engaging. The shared experience of a campfire story can reduce feelings of isolation and promote a sense of belonging, reminding individuals that they are part of something larger than themselves. They can serve as a bridge between generations as elders share tales with younger members, passing down wisdom and heritage. The act of listening to a story by a campfire can stimulate the production of oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone, further strengthening social connections. The communal focus on a single voice and narrative around a campfire can be a powerful antidote to modern distractions, drawing attention inward and fostering a deep, collective engagement. These stories, born of human experience and imagination, take on many forms, each suited to the unique ambiance of the firelight. They frequently include elements of mystery, inviting listeners to ponder the unknown, to unravel a puzzle alongside the characters. Adventure is a common thread, transporting the audience to thrilling quests and daring escapades. And of course, the supernatural often makes an appearance. Tales of ghosts, spirits, and unexplained phenomenon that send shivers down the spine. A safe exploration of fear within the comforting glow. Many campfire stories are passed down through generations, evolving with each telling. A storyteller might add a new detail, emphasize a different character, or adapt the ending to suit a particular audience. This organic evolution keeps the stories fresh and relevant, ensuring their longevity. Campfire stories can range from the delightfully humorous, eliciting shared laughter that echoes into the night, to chilling ghost stories that test the bravery of the listeners, creating a thrilling tension. This wide spectrum of genres ensures that there is a story for every mood and every audience. Many cultures have specific types of stories traditionally told around campfires. These might be creation myths, explaining the origin of the world or humanity, or hero legends, celebrating the deeds of legendary figures. In some indigenous traditions, specific stories are only told during certain seasons, perhaps during the long nights of winter, or under particular celestial alignments, when the stars themselves seem to bear witness. This adherence to specific timings imbues the stories with an additional layer of sacredness and significance. Campfire stories are often improvisational, adapting to the mood and reactions of the listeners. A skilled storyteller can sense when to quicken the pace, when to linger on a detail, or when to invite audience participation. This dynamic interaction makes each telling unique, a living performance rather than a static recitation. Many classic campfire stories feature creatures, spirits, or unexplained phenomena, tapping into humanity's primal fascination with the mysterious and the unknown. These elements often serve to personify natural forces or to explore the boundaries of human understanding. Some campfire stories are designed to be interactive, with audience participation woven into the narrative. This might involve call and response elements, where listeners repeat a phrase or make a sound, or even round-robin storytelling, where each person adds a segment to a collective narrative. This active engagement deepens the communal experience, making everyone a co-creator of the tale. The simplicity of a campfire story, often stripped of elaborate prose, allows universal themes to resonate deeply. Themes of love, loss, courage, and redemption find a clear voice in the directness of firelight narrative. Campfire stories often feature exaggerated elements for dramatic effect. Characters might be larger than life, challenges might be impossibly grand, and outcomes might be surprisingly fantastical. This embellishment adds to the entertainment value, capturing and holding the attention of the audience. Some campfire stories are designed to explain natural phenomena, like the origin of stars or the shape of mountains, offering imaginative answers to the mysteries of the world. These ideological tales connect human experience to the vastness of nature, providing a sense of order and meaning. Traditional campfire stories often feature protagonists who embark on journeys or face challenges in the wilderness, mirroring the experiences of those gathered around the fire. These narratives of resilience and resourcefulness offer vicarious adventure and practical lessons. Campfire stories can range from lighthearted anecdotes, sharing personal experiences with a touch of humor, to profound philosophical discussions, exploring deep questions about life and existence through narrative. The informal setting of the campfire encourages this breadth of content, allowing for both levity and gravity. Campfire stories often rely on vivid imagery and sensory details to immerse the audience. The storyteller might describe the scent of pine needles, the crackle of dry leaves underfoot, or the chill of the night air, drawing the listeners into the world of the story. This sensory richness compensates for the lack of visual aids, making the imagination work overtime. Some campfire stories are cautionary tales, designed to teach safety lessons about the wilderness, warning against venturing too far, ignoring animal signs, or underestimating the power of nature. These stories impart vital knowledge in a memorable way. Campfire stories often feature animals as characters, imbuing them with human-like qualities or symbolic meanings. A wise owl might offer guidance, a cunning fox might play tricks, or a powerful bear might represent strength and danger. These animal characters often serve as allegories for human traits or natural forces. Many campfire stories are short and impactful, designed to hold attention in an outdoor setting where distractions can be numerous. Their brevity ensures that the narrative remains focused and compelling, delivering its message efficiently. Campfire stories often draw inspiration from personal experiences, embellished for dramatic effect. A real encounter with a wild animal might become a tale of a mystical beast, or a challenging hike might transform into a perilous journey. This blending of reality and imagination makes the stories uniquely resonant. Some campfire stories are specifically crafted to be told in a whisper, enhancing their eerie quality, particularly for ghost stories or tales of hidden secrets. The hushed tone draws listeners closer, creating an intimate and suspenseful atmosphere. Many campfire stories teach about respect for nature and the interconnectedness of life, fostering an environmental consciousness through narrative. They can range from personal anecdotes and family histories, sharing the unique experiences of individuals and their lineage, to elaborate fictional narratives, weaving complex plots and characters. In some cultures, specific types of stories are reserved exclusively for campfire settings, particularly those involving spirits or ancient lore, recognizing the sacred nature of the fire and the stories told around it. Many campfire stories are designed to be interactive, with the storyteller pausing for audience reactions or questions, making the narrative a shared dialogue. Some are specifically crafted to be told in a call and response format, engaging the entire group in the rhythm of the story. Many indigenous cultures have specific fire stories that can only be told during certain seasons or under particular conditions, respecting the spiritual protocols associated with these narratives. Campfire stories often feature archetypal characters and themes that resonate deeply with human experience, tapping into universal truths and emotions. Some campfire stories are intentionally left open-ended, encouraging listeners to ponder their own conclusions, to engage in further thought and discussion. This open-endedness allows the story to live on in the minds of the audience, continuing its work long after the telling. The tradition of telling ghost stories around a campfire is rooted in the primal human fear of the unknown lurking in the darkness, offering a controlled way to confront and explore these anxieties. The informal setting of a campfire encourages improvisation and spontaneity in storytelling, allowing the narrative to flow naturally and organically. Campfire stories often draw upon local legends, folklore, and historical events of the immediate surroundings, grounding the tales in the specific geography and history of the place. This connection to the land makes the stories particularly meaningful for those gathered there. Campfire stories are often characterized by their direct address to the audience, creating a personal connection, making each listener feel as though the story is being told just for them. They often employ repetition and rhythmic language, making them easier to remember and retell, ensuring their survival across generations. Some campfire stories are designed to be cautionary tales, warning against dangers in the wilderness or human behavior, imparting practical wisdom in a memorable format. The tradition of round-robin storytelling, where each person adds to a collective narrative, is common around campfires, fostering creative collaboration and shared ownership of the story. Campfire stories often feature elements of the sublime, describing vast natural landscapes or powerful forces, connecting human experience to the grandeur of the cosmos. Many indigenous cultures have specific rituals and protocols for who can tell certain stories around a fire and when, reflecting the sacredness and cultural significance of these narratives. Some campfire stories are designed to explain natural phenomena, like the origin of stars or the patterns in constellations, offering imaginative interpretations of the world. Many traditional campfire stories incorporate elements of local geography, making the landscape itself a character, imbuing familiar landmarks with narrative meaning. Campfire stories often follow a call-and-response format, where the audience participates with sounds or brief interjections, creating a lively and engaging experience. Some campfire stories are specifically crafted to be told in a whisper, adding to the intimacy and mystery, drawing listeners into a shared secret. Campfire stories are frequently improvisational, with storytellers adapting to the mood and reactions of their audience, making each telling a unique performance. They can be used to transmit ethical frameworks and societal norms in a memorable way, guiding behavior and fostering community values. Some cultures have specific fire stories that are only told when a fire is present, recognizing the unique power and sacredness of the firelight setting. Campfire stories often feature archetypal characters and universal themes that resonate across cultures, speaking to fundamental human experiences. They are often characterized by their vivid imagery, relying on the listener's imagination rather than visual aids, fostering a deep mental engagement. Some campfire stories are specifically crafted to be calming and reassuring, ideal for settling down before sleep, offering gentle narratives that soothe the mind. Many folklore traditions around the world include specific stories meant to be told exclusively by firelight, acknowledging the special atmosphere created by the flickering flames. Campfire stories often incorporate elements of local flora and fauna, making them deeply rooted in their environment, connecting listeners to the natural world around them. Campfire stories are a timeless way to connect with ancient human traditions and the power of shared imagination, bridging the past and the present, the individual and the collective. The storyteller, then, is not merely a reciter of words, but an artist, a weaver of worlds, a conduit for ancient wisdom and shared experience. Their skill lies not just in the narrative itself, but in the delivery, the pacing, the subtle shifts in tone that draw the listener ever deeper into the heart of the tale. The magic they weave around the fire is a delicate alchemy, transforming simple words into vivid landscapes, ordinary characters into unforgettable figures, and fleeting moments into enduring memories. It is a craft honed over generations, passed down through observation and practice, a testament to the enduring power of the human voice and the shared imagination. The firelight dances, casting long, shifting shadows, and within this ancient circle, the storyteller begins their quiet, profound work. The storyteller, a keeper of ancient narratives, understands that the fire itself is a character, a silent, flickering participant in every tale. Its light illuminates faces, creating a shared intimacy, and its warmth offers comfort against the encroaching night. The stories told around these flames often reflect the environment, drawing inspiration from the very elements that surround the gathering. Tales of the hunt, of the changing seasons, of the spirits residing within the trees and rivers, all find their natural home here. Consider the oral traditions of the Inuit peoples, whose stories, or Kattengut, were often shared during the long, dark Arctic winters. Gathered inside an igloo, or around a small, contained fire, the storyteller would recount myths of Sedna, the sea goddess, or tales of animal transformations, like the raven who brought light to the world. These narratives were not merely entertainment, they were vital repositories of knowledge, teaching survival skills, moral lessons, and the intricate relationship between humans and their harsh yet beautiful environment. The rhythmic cadence of the storyteller's voice, often accompanied by throat singing or drumming, would transport listeners to a world where the boundaries between human and animal, physical and spiritual, or fluid and permeable. The flickering lamp, perhaps made of seal oil, would cast moving shadows, mimicking the aurora borealis dancing across the polar sky, adding another layer of visual enchantment to the spoken word. In the vast deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, Bedouin storytellers known as Rawi would gather their tribes around a crackling nar, a fire fueled by dried camel dung or acacia wood. Here, under a canopy of countless stars, tales of valor, honor, and ancient feuds were spun. The qasida, a long, elaborate poetic form, often served as the vehicle for these narratives, its complex meter and rhyming structure captivating audiences for hours. These stories preserved tribal genealogies, celebrated heroic deeds, and transmitted the unwritten laws of the desert. The fire provided not only light but also a focal point, drawing eyes and ears inward, away from the vast, silent expanse of the desert night. The aroma of brewing coffee, mingled with the scent of smoke, would further deepen the sensory experience, anchoring the stories in a specific, memorable place and time. Across the Great Plains of North America, indigenous peoples shared stories around council fires, often central to their spiritual and social life. The Lakota, for instance, told stories of Iktomi, the trickster spider, or of the sacred white buffalo calf woman, who brought the pipe and sacred ceremonies. These narratives were often accompanied by drumming, singing, and sometimes even dramatic reenactments. The fire itself was considered sacred, a living entity that witnessed and sanctified the telling. It represented the heart of the community, a place where wisdom was exchanged, traditions were upheld, and the connections between generations were strengthened. The warmth of the fire, especially during harsh winters, made these gatherings not just culturally significant, but also physically comforting, fostering a sense of security and belonging. The act of storytelling around a fire is an immersive experience, engaging multiple senses. The crackle and pop of burning wood provide a natural rhythm, a subtle percussive accompaniment to the spoken word. The smoky scent, unique to each type of wood, pine, oak, cedar, becomes intertwined with the memory of the tale, a fragrant bookmark in the mind's library. The warmth radiating from the flames soothes the body, creating a sense of safety and contentment that primes the mind for absorption. The shifting light and shadow play across faces, softening features, exaggerating expressions, and transforming the familiar into something subtly mysterious. This interplay of light and dark enhances the dramatic tension of a story, allowing the imagination to fill in the unseen details. Consider the specific qualities of light that a campfire provides. Unlike the steady, even illumination of modern electric lights, firelight is dynamic and unpredictable. It flickers, dances, and breathes, creating an ever-changing canvas. Shadows lengthen and shrink, objects appear and disappear, and faces are alternately highlighted and obscured. This natural dynamism mirrors the ebb and flow of a well-told story, with its moments of suspense, revelation, and quiet reflection. The edges of the world beyond the firelight recede into darkness, creating a contained, intimate space where the storyteller's voice becomes the primary guide. This focused attention is a key element in the power of campfire stories, allowing listeners to fully immerse themselves in the narrative without external distractions. The choice of wood for a campfire can even influence the storytelling atmosphere. Softwoods like pine or cedar burn quickly and brightly, producing a lively, crackling fire, suitable for energetic tales or communal singing. Hardwoods such as oak or maple burn slower and hotter, creating a more steady, glowing ember bed, perfect for longer, more contemplative narratives or quiet reflection. The type of wood also affects the aroma, with different woods releasing distinct fragrances that contribute to the overall sensory tapestry of the experience. A storyteller might even choose a specific wood to complement the mood of their tale, a subtle, almost subconscious detail that enhances the immersion. The soundscape of a campfire gathering is equally rich. Beyond the crackle of the fire itself, there is the rustling of leaves in the surrounding trees, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle murmur of a nearby stream, or the soft whisper of the wind. These natural sounds form a subtle backdrop, grounding the stories in the natural world. They remind listeners of their place within a larger ecosystem, connecting the human narratives to the ancient rhythms of nature. The storyteller's voice, modulated to carry over these ambient sounds, becomes a focal point, a human anchor in a world of natural music. The social aspect of campfire storytelling is profound. It is a communal activity, fostering a sense of unity and shared experience. People gather in a circle, an ancient symbol of equality and inclusion. There is no front or back, no hierarchy of seating. Everyone is equally present, equally engaged. This circular arrangement facilitates eye contact, allowing the storyteller to gauge the audience's reactions, their smiles, their gasps, their thoughtful gazes. It also encourages interaction, with listeners sometimes interjecting with questions, affirmations, or even their own short anecdotes, creating a dynamic, responsive narrative environment. The act of passing a story from one person to another around a fire was a significant ritual. It reinforced community bonds and ensured the continuity of cultural knowledge. In some traditions, each person might add a segment to a collective story, building a narrative together, demonstrating collaborative creativity. This shared ownership of the story deepened its meaning and made it a living, evolving entity rather than a fixed text. The fire, in this context, became a crucible for collective imagination, forging new tales from shared experiences and ancient wisdom. The storyteller themselves often possesses a unique set of skills. Beyond a good memory and a captivating voice, they understand pacing, suspense, and character development. They know when to pause for dramatic effect, when to quicken their delivery, and when to lower their voice to a whisper, drawing listeners closer. Their gestures, subtle shifts in posture, and expressive facial movements all contribute to the performance. They are not merely reciting words, they are embodying the story, bringing its characters and events to life through their presence. In ancient Greece, the rhapsodes would travel from city to city, reciting epic poems like Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. While not always around a literal campfire, their performances shared many characteristics with this tradition. They relied on memory, vocal inflection, and dramatic interpretation to captivate audiences. Imagine a group of travelers gathered around a small fire on a journey, listening to a rhapsode recount the adventures of Odysseus, the flickering flames illuminating the expressions of wonder and awe on their faces. The shared journey, the shared fire, and the shared story would forge a powerful, temporary community. The development of writing systems eventually led to stories being recorded, preserving them beyond the immediate moment of telling. However, this did not diminish the power of oral storytelling. Instead, it created a parallel tradition. Written stories could be read in solitude, but oral stories, especially around a fire, retained their communal, interactive magic. They offered a different kind of engagement, one that prioritized shared presence and immediate response over solitary contemplation. The warmth of the fire and the presence of others transformed the act of listening into a collective journey of the imagination. Even today, in an age dominated by screens and digital media, the allure of a campfire story remains potent. Outdoor enthusiasts, scouts, and families often gather around fires, continuing this ancient tradition. The stories told might be ghost stories, personal anecdotes, or classic folk tales, but the fundamental elements remain the same: the flickering light, the shared warmth, and the human voice weaving a narrative spell. It is a return to a simpler, more fundamental form of communication, one that connects us to our ancestors and to the enduring human need for shared narratives. The very act of building a fire can be seen as a prelude to storytelling. The careful selection of wood, the methodical arrangement of kindling, the patient coaxing of a flame from a spark, these actions are themselves a form of ritual, preparing the ground for the stories to come. The rising smoke, carrying the scent of burning wood, signals to others that a gathering is taking place, drawing people together. The transformation of raw wood into warmth and light mirrors the storyteller's transformation of raw experience into narrative. The stories themselves often carry deep cultural significance. They are not just tales, they are vehicles for transmitting values, history, and identity. In many indigenous cultures, stories are considered sacred, living entities that hold the wisdom of generations. They are told with reverence and respect, often with specific protocols and permissions. The fire, as a sacred element, provides the appropriate setting for such profound exchanges. It creates a space where the past and present converge, where ancestors speak through the voices of the living. The quiet moments between stories, or the pauses within a narrative, are also significant. These are not empty spaces, but rather opportunities for reflection, for the words to settle in the mind, for the imagination to fully engage. The crackle of the fire fills these silences, a gentle reminder of the present moment, anchoring the listeners, even as their minds wander through the narrative landscapes. The shared silence itself becomes a form of communion, a collective breath taken before the next chapter unfolds. The storyteller's voice, carefully modulated, becomes a comforting presence in the darkness. It is a voice that can evoke fear, laughter, wonder, or sorrow, guiding the listeners through a spectrum of emotions. The rhythm of the words, the rise and fall of intonation, the deliberate pacing, all these elements contribute to the hypnotic quality of a well-told tale. It is a voice that invites trust, a voice that promises to transport and transform. The magic they weave around the fire is a delicate alchemy, transforming simple words into vivid landscapes, ordinary characters into unforgettable figures, and fleeting moments into enduring memories. It is a craft honed over generations, passed down through observation and practice, a testament to the enduring power of the human voice and the shared imagination. The firelight dances, casting long, shifting shadows, and within this ancient circle, the storyteller begins their quiet, profound work. The embers glow, a steady pulse of warmth, as the narratives unfold, one after another, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of human experience, gently drawing the listeners deeper into the quiet embrace of the night. The embers glow, a steady pulse of warmth, as the stories begin to deepen, moving beyond the immediate and into the realms of myth, legend, and the foundational tales that shaped communities. These are the stories that explain the world, that give meaning to the stars above and the earth beneath, that define the very fabric of existence for those gathered around the flickering light. Consider the ancient traditions of creation myths, often recounted with solemn reverence around a communal fire. In many cultures, the fire itself is a central element in these origin stories, sometimes as the first light, sometimes as a gift from the gods, or even as the transformative force that shaped the world. The Navajo people, for instance, tell of the Dian Dene, the holy people who emerged through various worlds, each marked by different colors of light, eventually reaching the glittering, beautiful fifth world, our present world. These stories, passed down through countless generations, speak of first man and first woman, of the sacred mountains, and of the intricate balance between humanity and the natural world. The campfire light, mirroring the primordial light of creation, becomes a sacred space for these retellings, imbuing the words with an ancestral power. Across the globe, the Aboriginal Australians possess one of the oldest continuous cultures on Earth, and their dreaming stories are profoundly tied to the land and its formation. These narratives describe the journeys of ancestral beings who created the landscape, the rivers, the mountains, and the living creatures. Around a fire, under the vast Australian sky, elders would recount these intricate tales, often accompanied by song and dance, mapping out the sacred geography of their territories. Each rock formation, each waterhole, each tree held a story, a connection to the dreaming, and the firelight illuminated these connections, making the invisible visible, the ancient present. A constant companion in the often harsh Australian outback, provided comfort and focus as these complex narratives unfolded, teaching history, law, and spirituality. In the Norse traditions, the world was forged from the primordial void of Ginnungagap, where fire from Muspelheim met ice from Niflheim, giving birth to the giant Ymir and the cosmic cow Audhumla. From Ymir's body, the gods fashioned the earth, the sky, and the seas. These dramatic sagas, filled with powerful deities like Odin, Thor, and Loki, were likely shared around hearths and campfires in longhouses and temporary settlements. The flickering flames would have added a visceral dimension to descriptions of Muspelheim's fiery realm or the burning of the world tree, Yggdrasil, during Ragnarok. The shared warmth and light fostered a sense of community, reinforcing cultural identity and preparing listeners for the challenges of their harsh northern environment through tales of bravery, sacrifice, and destiny. The act of telling these foundational myths around a fire was not merely entertainment. It was an act of cultural preservation and spiritual communion. The storyteller, often a revered elder or a designated keeper of lore, would choose their words with care, their voice modulated to convey the gravity and beauty of the narrative. The rhythm of their speech, the pauses, the inflections, all contributed to the hypnotic effect, drawing listeners into the story's world. The fire's crackle and hiss provided a natural soundtrack, punctuating moments of suspense or emphasizing passages of profound wisdom. The scent of wood smoke, the feel of the night air, all these sensory details anchored the experience, making the stories unforgettable. Beyond creation myths, campfires also served as the stage for epic legends and heroic tales. Consider the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the earliest surviving works of literature, originating in ancient Mesopotamia. While not explicitly a campfire story in its written form, the oral traditions from which it emerged undoubtedly included recitations around communal fires. The tale of Gilgamesh's quest for immortality, his friendship with Enkidu, and his encounters with gods and monsters resonated deeply with ancient peoples grappling with themes of life, death, and the human condition. The flickering light would have animated the storyteller's gestures, bringing to life the cedar forest or the journey to the underworld. In ancient Greece, the Homeric epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, were originally oral compositions, recited by rhapsodes who traveled from city to city. While often performed in larger assemblies, the core tradition of storytelling around a fire, perhaps within a chieftain's hall or a military encampment, would have been fundamental to their development and dissemination. Imagine a group of warriors gathered around a fire after a long day, listening to the exploits of Achilles or the cunning of Odysseus. The stories of gods intervening in human affairs, of epic battles and perilous journeys, would have provided both entertainment and moral instruction, reinforcing values of courage, honor, and cleverness. The warmth of the fire would have offered a welcome respite from the chill of the night, creating an intimate setting for these grand narratives. The Celtic bards, known as Filiad, were highly respected figures who preserved the history, genealogies, and myths of their people through elaborate oral poems and stories. These tales, often recited in great halls or around large bonfires, spoke of heroes like Cú Chulainn, Fionn mac Cumhaill, and the Tuatha De Danann. The Filiad would spend years mastering their craft, their memories trained to hold vast amounts of information, their voices honed to captivate an audience, casting dramatic shadows as they recounted tales of magic, battles, and tragic love, connecting their listeners to a rich and ancient past. The shared experience around the fire strengthened communal bonds, fostering a collective identity rooted in these powerful narratives. A campfire's role in the transmission of knowledge extended beyond myths and legends to practical wisdom and historical accounts. Before written language became widespread, and even long after, the oral tradition was the primary means of educating the next generation. Around the fire, elders would share stories of successful hunts, detailing the movements of animals, the signs of the seasons, and the techniques for survival. They would recount tribal histories, explaining alliances, conflicts, and migrations, thereby passing on a collective memory that defined their people. These narratives were not abstract lessons. They were living histories, imbued with the emotions and experiences of those who came before. For instance, the indigenous peoples of the Americas have a rich tradition of oral history, often shared around the fire. Stories of the Great Spirit, of animal teachers, and of the founding ancestors were integral to their spiritual and cultural education. The Lakota people, for example, tell stories of Iktomi, the trickster spider, whose adventures often carry moral lessons about humility, wisdom, and the consequences of one's actions. These tales, told under the vast prairie sky with the campfire as the central focus, provided a framework for understanding the world and one's place within it. The warmth and light created a sense of safety and intimacy, encouraging open listening and active participation. In many African cultures, the griot, a West African storyteller, poet, and musician, holds a revered position. Griots are keepers of oral tradition, genealogies, and historical narratives, often performing their epic tales around communal fires in villages. Their performances are vibrant, incorporating music, song, and dramatic gestures, bringing to life the histories of empires, the deeds of kings, and the wisdom of ancestors. The fire, a symbol of community and life, provides the perfect backdrop for these elaborate performances, drawing everyone present into the shared experience, reinforcing cultural values and historical consciousness. The rhythmic drumming and singing, combined with the flickering light, create an almost trance-like atmosphere, allowing the stories to penetrate deeply into the listeners' minds. The very structure of these oral stories often mirrored the cyclical nature of life and the natural world, a rhythm that the campfire itself seemed to embody. The burning, the glowing, the fading, and the eventual rebirth of flames. Repetition was a common literary device, not for lack of creativity, but as a mnemonic aid and a way to emphasize key themes and characters. Certain phrases or refrains would be repeated, creating a comforting, predictable pattern that allowed listeners to anticipate and participate, even in subtle ways. This repetition, combined with the steady glow of the fire, could induce a state of deep listening, a gentle surrender to the narrative flow. The campfire also served as a stage for cautionary tales and moral fables. These stories, often featuring animals with human characteristics, taught important lessons about honesty, kindness, courage, and the dangers of greed or foolishness. Aesop's fables, though compiled in written form, have their roots in ancient oral traditions, likely shared around hearths and campfires. Tales of the tortoise and the hare, the boy who cried wolf, or the ant and the grasshopper provided accessible moral frameworks for children and adults alike. The simple, direct language and memorable characters made these lessons easy to grasp and recall, guiding behavior within the community. Imagine a group of children, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames, listening intently as an elder recounts a tale of a mischievous fox who learned a valuable lesson about sharing. The fire's warmth would have made them feel safe and secure, fostering an environment where learning felt natural and engaging. The shadows cast by the flames could transform into the very characters of the story, adding a visual dimension to the spoken word, sparking their imaginations. These moments, shared around the fire, were formative experiences, shaping their understanding of right and wrong, and their place within the social fabric. The act of storytelling around a fire also fostered a unique kind of communal memory. Unlike individual recollections, which can fade or become distorted, shared stories reinforced a collective understanding of the past and a common vision for the future. Each retelling, while perhaps slightly varied, solidified the core narrative, making it a living, breathing part of the community's identity. The fire, as a focal point, symbolized this shared experience, its light bringing everyone into the same circle of understanding. Even in more recent history, the campfire maintained its significance as a storytelling hub. During the American westward expansion, pioneers gathered around their campfires after long days of travel, sharing stories of their journeys, their hopes, and their fears. These narratives, often tales of hardship, resilience, and the vastness of the new land, helped to forge bonds among strangers and maintain morale. The fire provided not only warmth and light, but also a psychological anchor in an unfamiliar and often daunting landscape. The crackling flames and the vast, star-filled sky would have amplified the sense of adventure and the enormity of their undertaking. Soldiers throughout history have gathered around campfires, sharing tales of battles, comrades, and home. These stories, whether humorous anecdotes or poignant recollections, served as a vital coping mechanism, allowing them to process their experiences, build camaraderie, and maintain their humanity amidst the brutality of war. The fire, a small, controlled warmth in a chaotic world, offered a temporary sanctuary, a place where shared narratives could momentarily transcend the harsh realities of their existence. The flickering light would have illuminated their faces, revealing the shared emotions and unspoken understanding that bound them together. The tradition continues even today, albeit in different forms. Modern-day campers, hikers, and outdoor enthusiasts still find themselves drawn to the primal allure of a campfire. While the stories might be less about creation myths and more about personal adventures, ghost stories, or humorous anecdotes, the fundamental human need to share narratives around a flickering flame remains. The simple act of sitting together, watching the fire dance, and listening to a voice weave a tale connects us to those ancient ancestors who first discovered the magic of fire and the power of the spoken word. The setting itself, the deepening night, the rustling leaves, the distant sounds of nature, all contribute to the story's power. The darkness beyond the circle of light becomes a canvas for the imagination, where the characters and events of the story can take shape. The warmth of the fire provides a sense of security, allowing the mind to wander freely within the narrative without fear. This combination of sensory input and imaginative freedom creates a unique space for deep engagement with the story, a space where time seems to slow and the boundaries between listener and tale begin to blur. As the fire burns down, the flames become softer, the embers glow with a more consistent, gentle light. The stories, too, often shift in tone, becoming more reflective, more introspective. The grand narratives of creation and heroism might give way to personal anecdotes, quiet observations, or simple lullabies. The storyteller's voice might soften, becoming a soothing murmur, a gentle current carrying the listeners further into a state of peaceful contemplation. The air grows cooler, the stars brighter, and the world outside the fire's embrace seems to recede, leaving only the warmth, the light, and the quiet resonance of the spoken word. The transition from vibrant flame to glowing ember mirrors the journey into deeper states of consciousness. The initial excitement of the story's beginning gives way to a more profound absorption, a quiet understanding that settles over the listeners. The narratives, once external, begin to internalize, becoming part of one's own inner landscape. The fire's gentle pulse, the soft crackle of wood, the lingering scent of smoke. These elements become part of the story itself, weaving themselves into the fabric of the experience. The stories told around these fading embers often carry a different kind of weight, a quiet wisdom, a sense of peace. They are the tales that prepare the mind for rest, that offer a sense of closure to the day, and that gently guide the listener towards the tranquility of sleep. These are the stories that linger, not with dramatic urgency, but with a soft, comforting presence, like the persistent glow of the embers themselves. The world outside the fire's reach grows stiller, the sounds of the night become softer, and the gentle rhythm of the narrative continues its quiet work. The storyteller's art, practiced around the flickering light, involves a delicate balance. It is not merely recounting events, but crafting an experience for the listeners. A good storyteller understands the rhythm of the narrative, knowing when to quicken the pace and when to slow it, allowing moments of quiet reflection. They build anticipation with careful word choice, drawing the audience into the unfolding drama. Tension can be woven subtly, perhaps through a description of rustling leaves or an unexplained shadow, engaging the imagination without overwhelming it. This act of telling a campfire story can be seen as a form of performance art. The storyteller uses their voice as an instrument, varying pitch and tone to embody different characters or to emphasize key moments. A whisper might convey secrecy, while a slightly raised voice could mark a sudden discovery. Gestures, too, play a role, though often understated in the dim light. A hand motion might indicate direction, or a slight lean forward could signal a confidential aside. These physical cues enhance the spoken word, adding layers to the narrative. Campfire stories often serve multiple purposes beyond simple entertainment. They can educate, sharing local lore or historical events in an engaging format. They might also impart moral lessons, subtly guiding listeners towards virtues like courage, kindness, or perseverance through the actions of characters. Many campfire stories possess an improvisational quality. The narrative is not always rigidly fixed. It can adapt to the mood of the group or the reactions of the listeners. A storyteller might notice a particular interest in one character and expand on their journey, or sense a need for humor and weave in a lighter anecdote. The simplicity of the setting, just fire, voices, and the surrounding night, highlights the immense power of human imagination. Without elaborate props or visual aids, the storyteller relies entirely on words to paint vivid pictures in the minds of the audience. This reliance on internal visualization makes the experience deeply personal for each listener. Campfire stories provide a unique opportunity for individuals to practice public speaking in a supportive and intimate environment. The pressure is often less than in a formal setting, allowing for more natural expression and a genuine connection with the audience. The rhythmic crackle of the campfire itself can subtly influence the pacing and mood of a narrative. A storyteller might instinctively pause during a particularly loud crackle, allowing the natural sound to punctuate a moment, or they might speak softly, almost in time with the gentle hiss of burning wood. The low light of a campfire encourages more expressive vocalizations and gestures. The shadows play tricks, making subtle movements seem more dramatic, and the limited visibility allows the voice to take center stage, becoming the primary vehicle for emotion and information. Sometimes, the physical act of tending the fire is integrated into the storytelling itself. A storyteller might pause to add another log, the brief flare of new flames marking a transition in the narrative, or stir the embers, the shower of sparks illustrating a moment of excitement or revelation. Campfire stories often rely on a slow buildup of tension. Details are introduced gradually, hints are dropped, and the atmosphere becomes increasingly charged. This deliberate pace allows the listener to become fully immersed before a sudden twist or reveal changes the entire perspective. The flickering shadows cast by the fire can be used by storytellers to enhance dramatic effect. A hand held just so can cast an exaggerated shadow, creating an illusion of movement or a monstrous shape, adding a touch of visual magic to the spoken word. The simple act of gathering around a fire to share stories is deeply comforting and grounding. It connects individuals to ancient traditions, to a time when such gatherings were central to community life and the transmission of knowledge. This shared experience fosters a sense of belonging. Campfire stories are characterized by their vivid imagery. They describe the scent of pine needles, the chill of a mountain wind, the glint of moonlight on water. These sensory details are crucial, as they allow the listener's imagination to construct the scene without needing visual aids. As the storyteller's voice begins to soften, the narratives themselves begin to shift, preparing the mind for rest. The focus moves from the active craft of telling to the profound, calming effects these stories have on the listeners. The warmth and light of a campfire create a sense of intimacy, an ideal environment for sharing stories. This enclosed circle of light feels safe and inviting, encouraging open listening and a shared experience. Even stories with a touch of mystery or mild suspense can feel comforting within the warm embrace of the fire and the presence of others. The shared group setting transforms potential unease into a gentle thrill, knowing that safety is close at hand. The shared silence between parts of a campfire story can be as impactful as the words themselves. These pauses allow the narrative to settle, for images to form fully in the mind, and for emotions to resonate. They are moments of collective contemplation. The act of listening to a campfire story actively encourages imagination and visualization. The listener becomes a co-creator, filling in the details, imagining the characters' faces, and picturing the landscapes described. This mental engagement is gentle and absorbing. Listening to a campfire story can induce a meditative state. The steady rhythm of the voice, combined with the flickering firelight and the natural sounds of the night, creates a peaceful focus that gently quietens the mind. The quiet moments between stories around a campfire are often as meaningful as the narratives themselves. They are times for reflection, for the stories to sink in, and for a sense of shared presence to deepen. These silences are not empty, but full of unspoken connection. The gentle glow of a campfire provides just enough light to see expressions, to register a shared smile or a thoughtful gaze, but it leaves much to the imagination. The edges of the world remain soft and undefined, inviting the mind to wander creatively. The ephemeral nature of a campfire story, told once and then gone, adds to its special charm. It encourages active listening, knowing that this particular rendition will not be precisely repeated. This makes each telling a unique and cherished event. The act of listening to stories by firelight can lower stress levels. The combination of warmth, soft light, and engaging narrative provides a gentle distraction from daily worries, promoting a sense of well-being and tranquility. The campfire glow can symbolically represent the illumination of truth or understanding through narrative. Stories often reveal insights, and the fire's light mirrors this process of bringing clarity to complex ideas or emotions. The warmth from the fire creates a comfortable, almost womb-like atmosphere. This primal sense of safety and enclosure makes listeners more receptive to the story being told, fostering a deep sense of security. Listening to campfire stories can enhance auditory processing and attention span in a natural setting. The absence of visual distractions encourages a heightened focus on the spoken word, sharpening the ability to follow and comprehend complex narratives. The soft glow of the embers after the flames die down can inspire a sense of peaceful contemplation following a story. The fading light encourages introspection, allowing the mind to gently process the tale and its implications. The shared silence between stories around a campfire is as significant as the stories themselves. It is a space for the narratives to resonate, for personal reflections to emerge, and for the collective experience to deepen without the need for immediate discussion. The warmth of the fire evokes a primal sense of safety. This ancient comfort makes listeners more receptive to the story, fostering an environment where the imagination can roam freely yet feel utterly secure. The rhythmic crackle of a campfire can synchronize with the narrator's voice, creating a subtle, almost hypnotic effect during storytelling. This natural rhythm helps to lull the mind, guiding it towards a state of deep relaxation. Some campfire stories are specifically crafted to be calming and reassuring. These tales often feature gentle characters, peaceful settings, and resolutions that bring a sense of harmony, ideal for settling down before sleep. The communal focus on a single voice and narrative around a campfire can be a powerful antidote to modern distractions. It encourages a singular, shared attention, pulling individuals away from personal devices and into a collective, mindful experience. The shared experience of a campfire story creates lasting memories for participants. These moments of connection, warmth, and shared imagination become cherished recollections, reinforcing bonds and providing a sense of comfort long after the fire has faded. As the stories gently fade and the fire settles into a bed of glowing embers, the quiet magic of these moments lingers. The air grows stiller, carrying only the softest whispers of the night. The mind, having journeyed through tales and wonders, now finds its own quiet path towards slumber. The gentle current of the narrative continues its work, guiding you softly onward. The quiet magic of these moments lingers. The air grows stiller, carrying only the softest whispers of the night. The mind, having journeyed through tales and wonders, now finds its own quiet path towards slumber. The gentle current of the narrative continues its work, guiding you softly onward. Campfire stories, throughout history, have served as vital threads in the fabric of human culture. They are not merely entertainment, but fundamental tools for teaching, preserving history, and transmitting values across generations. Before written language became widespread, oral traditions were the primary means of knowledge transfer. Sitting around a fire, the flickering light created an intimate setting, perfect for these important exchanges. Elders would share stories of their ancestors, detailing heroic deeds, cautionary tales, and the origins of their people. These narratives provided a moral compass, outlining acceptable behaviors and the consequences of straying from community norms. Each story carried layers of meaning. A simple tale of a hunter's triumph might also teach about perseverance, respect for nature, or the importance of community cooperation. The repetition of these stories helped embed their lessons deeply within the minds of listeners, especially the young. The act of storytelling itself fostered a sense of unity. Everyone present became part of the shared experience, contributing to a collective memory. This communal aspect strengthened social bonds, reinforcing the idea that they were all connected, part of a larger whole. In many indigenous cultures, campfire stories were also deeply spiritual. They often explain natural phenomena, the creation of the world, or the relationship between humans and the spirit realm. These stories were sacred, passed down with reverence and precision. The narrator, often a respected elder, held a significant role. Their voice, intonation, and gestures added depth and emotion to the narrative. The rhythm of their words, sometimes accompanied by drumming or chanting, could be mesmerizing. Consider the tales of the first peoples of North America. Their stories often feature animal characters with human-like qualities, teaching lessons about wisdom, cunning, and the balance of nature. Coyote, raven, and bear frequently appear, embodying different aspects of the human condition. These stories were not static. While core elements remained, subtle variations might occur with each telling, adapting to the specific audience or the particular moment. This adaptability kept the tradition vibrant and relevant. The setting itself, the wilderness, the night sky, the crackling fire, enhanced the power of these tales. The vastness of the natural world provided a backdrop for grand narratives, while the warmth of the fire offered comfort and security against the unknown. Even in more modern contexts, the essence of campfire storytelling persists. Family camping trips, scouting adventures, or even backyard gatherings often feature someone sharing a story by the firelight. The technology may change, but the human need for narrative remains constant. These contemporary stories might be personal anecdotes, ghost stories, or retellings of classic fables. The shared experience of listening, laughing, or gasping together continues to build connections. The flickering flames still cast dancing shadows, creating an atmosphere ripe for imagination. The simple act of gathering around a fire creates a focal point, drawing attention inward. It encourages active listening, a skill that can be overlooked in a world filled with constant distractions. The absence of screens or artificial light allows the mind to engage more fully with the spoken word. The warmth of the fire, both literal and metaphorical, contributes to a feeling of safety and belonging. This sense of security makes people more receptive to stories, more open to their messages and emotions. It's a primal comfort, deeply ingrained in our collective memory. The stories themselves often take on a life of their own, evolving with each telling. A tale heard as a child might be remembered differently as an adult, its meaning deepening with life experience. This personal connection to the stories makes them even more powerful. Think of the way a simple folktale can resonate across cultures and generations. The hero's journey, the triumph of good over evil, the quest for wisdom, these universal themes are often explored in campfire narratives. They speak to fundamental human experiences. The rhythm of a good storyteller can be incredibly soothing. The rise and fall of their voice, the carefully chosen words, the pauses for effect, all contribute to a hypnotic quality. This auditory experience can gently guide the listener into a state of deep relaxation. The crackling of the fire provides a natural soundtrack, a gentle accompaniment to the spoken words. The occasional pop or hiss adds to the organic feel of the moment, grounding the experience in the natural world. It's a symphony of simple, comforting sounds. As the night progresses, the stories often become quieter, more reflective. The boisterous tales of adventure might give way to more introspective narratives, perhaps personal memories or gentle reflections on life. The energy of the gathering subtly shifts. The embers begin to glow more intensely as the flames subside. This transition mirrors the shift in the storytelling, from vivid action to a softer, more contemplative tone. The light becomes less dynamic, more steady and warm. The shared silence between stories becomes as important as the stories themselves. These moments allow the narratives to settle, to be absorbed and processed. They provide space for personal reflection, for the mind to wander gently within the framework of the tale. The lingering scent of wood smoke adds another sensory layer to the experience. It's an ancient aroma, evoking memories of countless fires throughout human history. This scent can be deeply comforting, connecting us to a timeless tradition. Even without a roaring fire, the idea of campfire storytelling carries a certain magic. It represents connection, wisdom, and the enduring power of narrative. It's a symbol of community and shared humanity. The act of listening to a story by firelight engages the imagination in a unique way. Without visual aids, a mind is free to construct its own images, to paint its own pictures of the characters and settings. This personal involvement makes the experience deeply immersive. The darkness beyond the firelight enhances this imaginative process. It creates a boundary, a sacred space around the hearth where stories unfold. The unknown outside makes the warmth and light within even more precious. The stories shared around campfires often contain elements of mystery and wonder. Tales of mythical creatures, unexplained phenomena, or encounters with the extraordinary capture the imagination and stir a sense of awe. They remind us that the world is full of marvels. These narratives can also be a way of processing fears and anxieties. Ghost stories, for example, allow people to confront the unknown in a safe, controlled environment. The shared experience of fear, followed by the comfort of the group, can be cathartic. The enduring appeal of campfire stories lies in their simplicity and their profound impact. They tap into something fundamental within us, the desire to understand, to connect, and to be entertained. They are a testament to the power of the human voice. As the evening draws to a close, the final stories often leave a lasting impression. They might be tales of hope, of resilience, or of the beauty of the natural world. They provide a gentle transition from active engagement to quiet contemplation. The last embers of the fire glow softly, a warm pulse against the deepening night. The sounds of the wilderness become more prominent. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the gentle whisper of the breeze. The narratives, having served their purpose, now recede into the quiet corners of the mind. Their lessons and images remain, woven into the fabric of memory, ready to be recalled another time. The gentle current of the night carries these thoughts softly onward. The world outside the fire circle grows stiller, more hushed. The air cools, carrying with it the faint, sweet scent of damp earth and pine. A profound sense of peace settles over the landscape, mirroring the quiet within. The stories have finished their journey for now. Their echoes linger, like the faint shimmer of starlight on the horizon. The mind, having traveled through these ancient paths, now finds its own quiet journey. It moves towards a deeper stillness, a profound sense of rest. The gentle current continues its soft, unwavering flow. It carries you now, not through tales, but through the quiet spaces between them. The rhythm is slow, steady, and deeply comforting. It is a journey into the quiet heart of the night. The gentle current continues its soft, unwavering flow. It carries you now, not through tales, but through the quiet spaces between them. The rhythm is slow, steady, and deeply comforting. It is a journey into the quiet heart of the night. Many campfire stories are passed down through generations. They evolve with each telling. This tradition continues to be a cherished activity in outdoor settings. Campfire stories are a form of oral history. They preserve cultural narratives. The glow of the embers, after a story concludes, often leaves a lingering, reflective mood. These stories are a powerful tool for cultural transmission and preservation. The scent of wood smoke often becomes intertwined with the memory of a particular campfire story. The quiet moments between stories around a campfire can be as meaningful as the narratives themselves. This ritual of sharing stories helps process daily events. It solidifies memories of a trip or gathering. Campfire stories are a form of social bonding. They strengthen connections through shared emotional experiences. Historically, they were a primary means of transmitting knowledge, history, and mythology before written language. They are a powerful tool for cultural preservation, keeping ancient narratives alive. The campfire glow can symbolically represent the illumination of truth or understanding through narrative. Campfire stories serve as a form of collective memory-making. A group creates shared narratives of their time together. The shared experience creates a lasting emotional imprint on participants. The shared silence between stories is as significant as the stories themselves, allowing for reflection. This shared experience creates collective memories that bind individuals long after the fire has died down. Campfire stories are a timeless way to connect with ancient human traditions and the power of shared imagination. The cyclical nature of a fire burning down mirrors the progression and conclusion of a narrative. The soft glow of the embers after the flames die down inspires a sense of peaceful contemplation. This quiet glow, this gentle warmth, now guides your path. It is a path of profound stillness, The embers glow, a quiet, lasting warmth. The embers glow, a quiet story told in light. The embers glow, a quiet story told in light. This enduring warmth, a testament to the narratives that have unfolded and continue to unfold around the flickering heart of human gathering, carries us further into the rich tapestry of campfire storytelling traditions across the globe and throughout history. From the earliest hominids huddling together for warmth and protection against the primal darkness, the fire became not merely a source of heat, but a focal point for communication, a pulsating beacon around which the very fabric of human culture began to weave itself through shared vocalizations and gestures that would eventually evolve into complex language and intricate narratives. Consider the profound anthropological significance of the campfire as the original theater, where the flickering shadows cast by the flames danced in concert with the storyteller's expressive movements, transforming the mundane into the mythical and imbuing the ordinary with extraordinary meaning. Before written language solidified tales onto parchment or stone, the oral tradition thrived exclusively around these communal fires, serving as the primary mechanism for transmitting knowledge, preserving history, teaching moral lessons, and reinforcing social bonds within nascent communities. The rhythmic crackle and pop of burning wood often provided a natural percussive backdrop to the storyteller's voice, subtly enhancing the dramatic tension or soothing cadence of the unfolding narrative. Across diverse indigenous cultures, the campfire held a sacred status, often viewed as a living entity or a direct conduit to ancestral spirits, making the stories told around it not just entertainment, but profound spiritual acts. In many Native American traditions, for instance, stories were carefully selected and told only during specific seasons, particularly the long winter nights when outdoor work ceased and communities gathered indoors around central hearths, which served the same narrative function as an outdoor campfire. These winter tales, often featuring animal tricksters like coyote or raven, or recounting creation myths and heroic journeys, were considered powerful and sometimes dangerous, requiring proper respect and adherence to established protocols for their telling. The Inuit, living in environments where fire was a precious resource and often contained within igloos or sod houses, adapted their storytelling traditions to these intimate, enclosed spaces, where the flickering light of a blubber lamp or a small fire would illuminate faces rapt with attention as elders recounted epic sagas of survival, hunting prowess, and encounters with supernatural beings. These narratives often emphasize the harsh realities of their environment, the importance of community cooperation, and the deep spiritual connection to the land and its creatures, passing down vital knowledge for navigating their challenging world. The very act of sharing these stories strengthened communal ties, ensuring the transmission of cultural identity and practical survival skills from one generation to the next, underscoring the campfire's role as a vital educational institution. Moving across continents, the Bedouin tribes of the Arabian deserts, renowned for their hospitality and oral poetry, would gather around their campfires under the vast star-studded sky, sharing stories of ancient battles, legendary heroes, and intricate genealogies that traced their lineage back through generations. A stark contrast to the cool desert night, fostered an atmosphere of intimacy and trust, encouraging the sharing of personal anecdotes and collective histories that reinforced tribal identity and celebrated their nomadic way of life. The rhythmic brewing of coffee over the coals often accompanied these storytelling sessions, its rich aroma mingling with the scent of wood smoke, creating a multi-sensory experience deeply embedded in their cultural memory. In African oral traditions, the griot, or storyteller, a revered figure in many West African societies, would often perform their epic tales and historical accounts around a communal fire, utilizing not just spoken word, but also music, dance, and dramatic gestures to bring their narratives to life. These performances were not passive listening experiences, but vibrant, interactive events where the audience might participate with call and response chants, claps, or even by joining in the singing, making the campfire a dynamic stage for collective cultural expression. The stories often served as a living archive, preserving the history, laws, and moral codes of the community, ensuring their continuity and relevance across time. The campfire's role extended beyond mere entertainment. It was a crucible for shaping worldview and ethical frameworks. Many cultures utilize these narrative gatherings to impart complex moral dilemmas and societal expectations through fables and allegories, where animal characters often represented human traits or where heroes faced choices that illuminated the consequences of various actions. These stories, told in the soft, hypnotic glow of the fire, allowed listeners to contemplate these lessons in a non-threatening, engaging manner, fostering empathy and critical thinking without direct confrontation. The shared experience of listening and interpreting these narratives together also reinforced a collective understanding of right and wrong, solidifying communal values. During the era of exploration and westward expansion in North America, pioneers and cowboys gathered around their campfires after long days on the trail, sharing tales of adventure, hardship, and the vast, untamed wilderness. These stories often served as a crucial outlet for processing the challenges and isolation of their journeys, transforming fears into shared experiences and building camaraderie among disparate individuals. Legends of outlaws, brave settlers, and encounters with wild animals became part of the growing American folklore, passed down through generations, shaping the national identity and romanticizing the frontier spirit. The campfire became a symbol of resilience, a temporary hearth in an ever-moving world. Even in more structured settings, such as military encampments throughout history, the campfire played a vital role in morale and cohesion. Soldiers, far from home and facing unimaginable dangers, would gather around the flames to share stories of their families, their hometowns, and their experiences on the battlefield. These narratives, whether humorous anecdotes or poignant reflections, provided a crucial psychological release, fostering a sense of shared humanity and reducing the overwhelming burden of war. The flickering light offered a momentary escape from the darkness of conflict, allowing for moments of connection and shared vulnerability that strengthened the bonds between comrades. The very act of tending the fire during a storytelling session held its own ritualistic significance, with someone often designated to feed the flames, ensuring a consistent glow while the narrative unfolded. This person became an integral part of the experience, their movements around the fire a subtle dance that punctuated the storyteller's words, sometimes stirring the embers to create a sudden burst of light for a dramatic reveal, or letting them die down to a soft glow for a more reflective passage. The interplay between the storyteller, the fire tender, and the audience created a dynamic, organic performance space where everyone contributed to the atmosphere. The sensory experience of a campfire story is intrinsically linked to its power. The primal scent of wood smoke, a fragrance deeply embedded in human memory, evokes a sense of ancient comfort and connection to the earth. The warmth radiating from the flames provides a physical anchor, a shared sensation that grounds the group and fosters a feeling of safety and belonging. The visual spectacle of the dancing flames, constantly shifting and reforming, acts as a natural focal point, drawing the gaze and subtly hypnotizing the mind, making it more receptive to the narrative unfolding in the darkness beyond the fire's immediate reach. The acoustic environment around a campfire is equally unique. The crackle and hiss of the burning wood, the occasional pop of sap, and the gentle whisper of the wind through nearby foliage create a natural soundscape that enhances the intimacy of the storytelling. These ambient sounds become part of the narrative, sometimes mirroring the tension or tranquility of the tale, and often serving to minimize external distractions, allowing the storyteller's voice to command full attention in the enclosed sphere of light and sound. The relative quiet of the natural environment, away from the clamor of modern life, creates an ideal setting for deep listening and imaginative immersion. Consider the role of campfire stories in the development of language itself, as the need to articulate complex ideas, describe abstract concepts, and convey emotional nuances within these shared narratives likely drove the expansion of vocabulary and the refinement of grammatical structures. The iterative process of retelling and refining stories over generations, each storyteller adding their own embellishments or insights, contributed to the evolution of narrative forms and rhetorical devices that became foundational to human communication. The campfire was a linguistic laboratory, a place where words were forged and polished through communal practice. The transition from purely oral traditions to the advent of written language did not diminish the power of campfire stories, but rather allowed for a new interplay between the two forms. Written stories could be read aloud around a fire, bringing the intimacy of the oral tradition to pre-existing texts, or oral stories could be transcribed, preserving them for future generations while still retaining the spirit of their original telling. This symbiotic relationship ensured the longevity of narratives, allowing them to transcend the limitations of memory and individual lifespan, becoming part of a broader cultural heritage. Even in contemporary society, with its ubiquitous digital entertainment, the allure of the campfire story persists, manifesting in various forms, from traditional scouting activities. People are drawn to the simplicity and authenticity of gathering around a fire, disconnecting from screens and reconnecting with each other through the timeless act of sharing narratives. This enduring appeal speaks to a deep-seated human need for communal storytelling, a primal urge to gather in the darkness and illuminate our shared experiences with the light of imagination. The campfire story also serves as a powerful tool for fostering creativity and imagination, especially in children. Away from the structured environment of classrooms and the passive consumption of media, the open-ended nature of oral storytelling encourages active listening and imaginative participation. Children are invited to visualize the characters, settings, and events described by the storyteller, developing their own mental images and engaging their cognitive faculties in a way that pre-packaged visual entertainment often does not. This active engagement strengthens their narrative comprehension and their capacity for abstract thought. Furthermore, the act of telling a story around a campfire can be a transformative experience for the storyteller themselves. It requires presence, adaptability, and an intuitive connection with the audience, as the storyteller must gauge reactions, adjust pacing, and sometimes even improvise to maintain engagement. This live performance aspect hones public speaking skills, enhances memory, and builds confidence, making the campfire a natural training ground for communication and leadership. The immediate feedback from the audience, whether through laughter, gasps, or quiet attention, creates a unique bond between teller and listener. The selection of stories for a campfire setting often reflects the specific context and the composition of the audience. For younger audiences, tales of adventure, friendly creatures, or simple moral lessons are common, while adult gatherings might delve into ghost stories, historical accounts, personal anecdotes, or philosophical discussions disguised as narratives. The flexibility of the campfire setting allows for a wide range of narrative genres, each tailored to evoke a particular mood or achieve a specific purpose within the group. The shared understanding of the audience's preferences and comfort levels guides the storyteller's choices, ensuring a resonant and engaging experience for all present. The tradition of round-robin storytelling, where each person contributes a segment to an evolving narrative, is another fascinating aspect of campfire lore, fostering collaborative creativity and demonstrating the collective power of imagination. This spontaneous co-creation of a story, with each participant building upon the previous contribution, highlights the communal aspect of narrative generation and the shared ownership of the emerging tale. It transforms passive listeners into active contributors, blurring the lines between audience and performer, and strengthening the bonds of shared invention. In many cultures, certain stories are considered fire stories, explicitly meant to be told only when a fire is present, often because their themes or characters are intrinsically linked to the element of fire itself, or because the stories are believed to gain power from the presence of the flame. These narratives might feature fire spirits, tales of how fire was brought to humanity, or stories where fire plays a pivotal role in a hero's journey or a community's survival. The fire thus becomes not just a backdrop, but an active participant in the unfolding drama, its flickering light and warmth imbuing the narrative with an additional layer of meaning and authenticity. The seasonal aspect of campfire storytelling is also significant, with certain tales reserved for specific times of the year, often reflecting the natural cycles of planting, harvesting, or the changing of seasons. Winter nights, with their extended darkness and cold, are particularly conducive to long, intricate narratives that fill the quiet hours and provide warmth through shared human connection. Summer evenings, with their milder temperatures, might inspire lighter, more humorous tales or ghost stories designed to send a shiver down the spine on a warm night, demonstrating the adaptability of the tradition to varying environmental conditions. The campfire story, in its purest form, represents a profound act of human connection, a deliberate slowing down in a world that constantly accelerates. It is an invitation to pause, to listen, and to engage with the oldest form of human entertainment and education, reminding us of our shared heritage and the enduring power of the spoken word. The absence of external distractions, the focus on the human voice, and the shared experience of the flickering light create an environment uniquely suited for deep engagement and the transmission of culture, wisdom, and wonder. The subtle interplay of light and shadow created by the fire itself becomes a visual metaphor for the narrative, with moments of bright illumination representing clarity or revelation, and deeper shadows hinting at mystery, danger, or the unknown. The dancing flames can evoke images of characters moving, battles raging, or spirits soaring, adding a dynamic, non-verbal layer to the storyteller's verbal artistry. This visual poetry of the fire enhances the immersive quality of the experience, drawing the listener deeper into the imagined world of the story. Even the simple act of gathering wood for the fire, preparing the site, and carefully building the blaze can become part of the storytelling ritual, a preparatory phase that builds anticipation for the narratives to come. This collective effort in creating the fire itself reinforces the communal aspect of the experience, as everyone contributes to the setting that will host their shared stories. The careful tending of the fire, ensuring its longevity and warmth, mirrors the care with which stories are preserved and passed down through generations. The campfire story offers a unique opportunity for intergenerational bonding, allowing elders to share their wisdom, life experiences, and cultural heritage with younger generations in an informal and engaging setting. Grandparents recounting tales from their youth or parents sharing family histories create a powerful link between the past and the present, fostering a sense of identity and belonging within the family or community. These personal narratives, imbued with the warmth of the fire and the intimacy of the setting, become cherished memories and foundational elements of a shared legacy. The global prevalence of campfire storytelling, found in virtually every culture that has access to fire, underscores its universality as a human practice. From the Arctic to the Amazon, from the deserts of Africa to the forests of Europe, the fundamental human need to gather, share, and connect around a protective flame transcends geographical and cultural boundaries. This shared tradition speaks to a common thread in the human experience, a primal desire to make sense of the world, to entertain, and to pass on knowledge through the compelling power of narrative. The campfire, therefore, is not merely a source of heat or light. It is a profound cultural artifact, a stage for the imagination, and a timeless symbol of human connection. The stories told around it are the very essence of our shared humanity, weaving together past, present, and future into a continuous narrative tapestry. As the embers continue to glow, they silently affirm the enduring power of these ancient traditions, a quiet warmth that guides us through the darkness, illuminating the path of profound stillness and shared imagination. This sustained warmth, this gentle glow, is a testament to the countless stories that have been and will continue to be whispered into the night, carried on the smoke, and etched into the collective memory of humankind. The flickering flames, having danced through epochs, now illuminate a new chapter in the grand narrative of campfire storytelling, extending far beyond the primal origins to encompass a sophisticated evolution of shared human experience. From the earliest hominids huddled around a protective fire, warding off predators and the cold, to the elaborate oral traditions of ancient civilizations, the campfire served as the original stage for the transmission of knowledge, history, and cultural identity. The very act of gathering around a fire naturally fostered a sense of community and intimacy, creating an ideal environment for the vulnerable act of sharing personal experiences and collective myths. In many indigenous cultures across the globe, the campfire was not merely a source of light and warmth, but a sacred space where the boundaries between the mundane and the spiritual often blurred, allowing for profound connections with ancestors and the natural world. Aboriginal Australians, for instance, utilized fire circles for millennia to recount intricate dreaming stories, which are not simply tales, but comprehensive cosmologies detailing the creation of the land, its features, and the laws governing human existence. These narratives, often performed with song, dance, and intricate sand paintings, served as living maps, guiding individuals through their ancestral territories and reinforcing their spiritual connection to every rock, river, and tree. The specific placement of individuals around the fire, often dictated by kinship and ceremonial roles, underscored the structured nature of these storytelling events, ensuring the correct transmission of highly complex and sacred knowledge across generations. Similarly, among Native American tribes, the campfire was the central hub for oral traditions that encompassed creation myths, heroic sagas, cautionary tales, and practical wisdom about hunting, gathering, and survival. The Lakota people, for example, shared stories of Iktomi the trickster spider, whose cleverness and folly often taught moral lessons about humility, respect, and the consequences of one's actions, all while the crackling fire cast dancing shadows that brought the characters to life. The cadence and rhythm of the storyteller's voice, often mimicking animal sounds or the natural elements, were integral to the immersive experience, drawing listeners deeper into the narrative world. These storytelling sessions were often seasonal, with certain tales reserved for the long winter nights when communities were more sedentary, emphasizing the cyclical nature of life and tradition. The Norse sagas, though often recorded in later written forms, originated as powerful oral narratives shared around communal fires in longhouses, where the flickering light would have dramatized the epic struggles of gods, heroes, and mythical beasts. Skalds, the revered poets and storytellers of Viking society, would recite intricate verses filled with kennings and heiti, poetic circumlocutions and synonyms, captivating their audiences with tales of exploration, battle, and fate. The communal warmth of the fire provided a comforting contrast to the harsh Scandinavian winters, making the shared experience of storytelling a vital source of entertainment, education, and cultural cohesion. The very structure of these sagas, with their episodic nature and memorable characters, was perfectly suited for oral transmission, allowing for improvisation and adaptation by skilled performers. The ancient Persian tradition of Shahnameh, or the Book of Kings, though ultimately compiled into an epic poem by Ferdowsi, drew heavily from centuries of oral storytelling around fires in tents and communal spaces, recounting the mythical and historical past of Iran. These grand narratives, filled with kings, heroes, and mythical creatures like the Simurgh, were not merely entertainment, but served to forge a shared national identity and preserve the collective memory of a vast empire. The storytelling sessions often included musical accompaniment and dramatic gestures, enhancing the emotional impact of the tales and ensuring their resonance with the audience. The enduring popularity of these stories demonstrates the profound human need for narratives that connect individuals to a larger historical and cultural lineage. In African cultures, the tradition of storytelling around the boma or communal fire remains a cornerstone of social life, where griots, master storytellers, act as living libraries, preserving genealogies, historical events, and moral lessons through captivating oral performances. These griots, often accompanied by instruments like the kora or balafon, weave intricate narratives that can last for hours, incorporating call and response elements that actively engage the audience, blurring the lines between performer and listener. The stories frequently feature animals with human characteristics, imparting wisdom about community, justice, and the delicate balance of nature, all while the rhythmic crackle of the fire provides a hypnotic backdrop. The communal aspect of these gatherings reinforces social bonds and ensures the continuity of cultural values and traditions. Even in the classical world, while written texts gained prominence, the oral tradition persisted, particularly in rural settings or during military campaigns where soldiers would gather around fires to share tales of valor, personal experiences, and local legends. The Roman legions, for example, would often tell stories of their conquests and the gods' favor, bolstering morale and fostering a sense of camaraderie among the troops. These informal storytelling sessions served as a vital means of communication and entertainment, providing a respite from the rigors of military life and reinforcing the shared identity of the soldiers. The simple act of sharing a story around a fire transformed a temporary encampment into a more intimate and human space. The medieval period saw the continuation of campfire storytelling among travelers, pilgrims, and even outlaws, who would gather around fires for warmth and companionship on their journeys. Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, though a literary masterpiece, vividly illustrates the social dynamic of a group of pilgrims sharing stories to pass the time, reflecting a common practice of the era. While not explicitly around a campfire, the spirit of communal storytelling, where diverse individuals share their narratives, perfectly mirrors the campfire tradition. The shared vulnerability of being on a journey away from the comforts of home created an environment ripe for the exchange of personal histories and imaginative fictions. The age of exploration brought campfire storytelling to new frontiers, as explorers, sailors, and pioneers huddled around fires in unfamiliar lands, sharing tales of their voyages, encounters with indigenous peoples, and the challenges of survival. These narratives, often embellished and exaggerated, became the foundational myths of new settlements and colonies, shaping the perceptions of vast, uncharted territories. The campfire served as a beacon of familiarity and safety in often hostile environments, a place where imagination and humanity could gather, just as it had for centuries past, making the act of storytelling a crucial psychological anchor. The stories told around these fires often reflected the hopes, fears, and ambitions of those venturing into the unknown, becoming a vital part of their collective memory. During the American westward expansion, the campfire became an iconic symbol of the pioneer spirit, where families, cowboys, and prospectors gathered under vast, star-filled skies to share stories that chronicled their arduous journeys, encounters with Native American tribes, and the harsh realities of frontier life. These narratives, often passed down through generations, formed the bedrock of American folklore, featuring legendary figures like Paul Bunyan, Pecos Bill, and John Henry, whose superhuman feats epitomized the resilience and ingenuity required to tame the wilderness. The flickering light of the fire would have cast long, dancing shadows, adding a dramatic visual element to the tales of adventure and hardship. The communal warmth and shared experience of storytelling around the campfire helped to forge a sense of identity and belonging in a new and often isolating landscape. The tradition of storytelling around the campfire also extended to military encampments throughout history, where soldiers would share personal anecdotes, war stories, and sometimes even ghost stories to pass the time, boost morale, and process the trauma of conflict. During the American Civil War, for example, soldiers from both Union and Confederate armies would gather around their campfires, sharing letters from home, singing songs, and recounting tales of battles and comrades. These moments of shared narrative provided a vital emotional outlet and fostered a sense of brotherhood among those facing unimaginable hardships. The transient nature of these encampments made the campfire a temporary hearth, a place where humanity could momentarily triumph over the brutality of war. In the realm of literature, the campfire has often been used as a powerful narrative device, setting the scene for tales of mystery, horror, and adventure. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, for instance, famously originated from a storytelling challenge among friends gathered around a fire at Villa Diodati, demonstrating the enduring power of this setting to inspire profound and enduring narratives. The atmospheric conditions created by the fire, the dancing shadows, the intimate circle, the darkness beyond, naturally lend themselves to stories that explore the boundaries of human experience and the unknown. This literary tradition highlights how the primal setting continues to resonate with contemporary audiences, even in an age of advanced technology. The Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts movements, founded in the early 20th century, consciously incorporated campfire storytelling as a core activity, recognizing its ability to build character, foster camaraderie, and transmit values. Campfire programs, often featuring skits, songs, and ghost stories, teach scouts about leadership, teamwork, and respect for nature, all within the comforting glow of a shared fire. These structured storytelling events provide a safe space for young people to express themselves creatively and to connect with their peers in a meaningful way. The ritual of gathering around the campfire, often concluding a day of outdoor activities, reinforces the lessons learned and creates lasting memories. Even in modern times, with the advent of electricity and digital media, the allure of the campfire story persists, drawing people away from screens and back to the primal warmth of a shared flame. Contemporary camping trips, backyard gatherings, and wilderness expeditions often feature storytelling as a central activity, providing a much-needed antidote to the fast-paced, often isolating nature of modern life. The absence of technological distractions encourages deeper engagement with the narrative and with one another, fostering genuine human connection. The simple act of watching flames dance and listening to a voice recount a tale offers a unique form of relaxation and communal bonding that no digital medium can fully replicate. The psychology behind the enduring appeal of campfire storytelling is multifaceted, encompassing elements of primal safety, social bonding, and cognitive engagement. The fire itself, a source of light and warmth in the darkness, instinctively triggers a sense of security and well-being, creating an optimal state for open communication and shared vulnerability. The rhythmic crackle and hiss of the burning wood, combined with the hypnotic dance of the flames, often induce a meditative state, enhancing receptivity to the narrative. This sensory environment allows listeners to more fully immerse themselves in the story, suspending disbelief and connecting with the characters and themes on a deeper emotional level. Furthermore, the communal aspect of gathering around a campfire reinforces social cohesion, strengthening bonds between individuals as they share a common experience. The act of listening together, laughing together, and sometimes even being frightened together creates a shared emotional landscape that fosters empathy and understanding. Storytelling around a fire often involves direct eye contact and subtle nonverbal cues, which are essential for building trust and intimacy within a group. This shared focus on a single narrative creates a temporary collective consciousness, where individual identities merge into a unified audience, all captivated by the unfolding tale. From a cognitive perspective, campfire stories engage multiple areas of the brain, stimulating imagination, memory, and critical thinking. The absence of visual aids, apart from the fire itself, forces listeners to construct the narrative world within their own minds, actively participating in the co-creation of the story. This imaginative engagement enhances creativity and problem-solving skills as individuals visualize the characters, settings, and events described by the storyteller. Moreover, the moral lessons and cultural values embedded in many campfire tales are often more effectively transmitted through narrative than through direct instruction, as stories provide context and emotional resonance that make abstract concepts more tangible and memorable. The oral tradition, so central to campfire storytelling, relies heavily on the storyteller's ability to use voice modulation, pacing, and dramatic pauses to create suspense and emotional impact. A skilled storyteller can transform a simple narrative into a captivating performance, using their voice as an instrument to evoke different characters, moods, and settings. The intimacy of the campfire setting allows for these nuanced vocalizations to be fully appreciated, drawing listeners into the story with every whisper and roar. The storyteller's connection with the audience is palpable as they respond to the subtle cues of engagement or apprehension, adjusting their delivery accordingly. The types of stories told around campfires are incredibly diverse, ranging from ancient myths and legends that explain the origins of the world to personal anecdotes that recount individual experiences and adventures. Ghost stories, in particular, thrive in the campfire setting, where the surrounding darkness and the flickering shadows enhance the atmosphere of suspense and fear. The shared experience of being scared together around a fire can be a powerful bonding experience, allowing individuals to confront their fears in a safe and communal environment. These tales often tap into universal human anxieties about the unknown, the supernatural, and the fragility of life. Beyond entertainment, campfire stories have historically served as crucial educational tools, transmitting practical knowledge about survival, navigation, and the natural world. Indigenous elders, for example, would use storytelling sessions to teach younger generations about medicinal plants, animal behaviors, and the cycles of the seasons, embedding vital information within memorable narratives. These stories often contained intricate details about the local environment, acting as living encyclopedias that guided communities through their daily lives. The experiential nature of learning around a campfire, combined with the narrative format, made this knowledge deeply ingrained and easily recalled. The act of telling stories around a campfire also encourages active listening, a skill that is increasingly rare in a world dominated by fragmented information and constant distractions. Without the visual stimuli of screens, listeners must rely solely on their auditory senses and their imagination to engage with the narrative. This focused attention not only enhances comprehension, but also fosters a deeper appreciation for the art of storytelling itself. The shared silence between phrases, the collective gasps, and the bursts of laughter all contribute to a unique and immersive listening experience that strengthens communal bonds. The enduring legacy of campfire storytelling is evident in its continued presence across diverse cultures and generations, demonstrating a fundamental human need for shared narrative experiences. From the remote wilderness to urban backyards, the simple act of gathering around a fire and sharing stories continues to provide comfort, connection, and a profound sense of belonging. The crackling flames, though transient, ignite an enduring spark within the human spirit, reminding us of our shared past and our collective capacity for imagination. This timeless tradition, passed down through countless generations, continues to weave the fabric of human culture, one story at a time, under the watchful gaze of the stars. The very act of tending the fire, adding logs to maintain its warmth and light, mirrors the ongoing effort to sustain these invaluable narrative traditions, ensuring that the embers of human connection and shared imagination never truly die out. The enduring legacy of campfire stories extends far beyond mere entertainment, serving as a fundamental mechanism for cultural transmission, where intricate societal values, historical accounts, and practical knowledge were meticulously passed from elders to younger generations, ensuring the continuity of tribal identity and collective memory. These narratives, often imbued with profound symbolism and moral lessons, functioned as living textbooks, illustrating the complex dynamics of human interaction, the consequences of various actions, and the celebrated virtues of courage, wisdom, and community spirit within a particular group. The flickering firelight, casting dancing shadows upon the faces of the listeners, created an intimate and focused environment conducive to deep listening and the absorption of these vital oral traditions, making the experience far more impactful than a simple recitation of facts. Ancient hunter-gatherer societies, for instance, relied heavily on campfire stories to convey crucial information about hunting techniques, the migratory patterns of animals, the identification of edible plants, and the dangers lurking in their environment, transforming practical survival guides into engaging narratives that were easier to remember and share. Shamans and spiritual leaders often employed the campfire setting to recount creation myths, explain natural phenomena through allegorical tales, and share stories of ancestral heroes, thereby reinforcing the community's spiritual beliefs and its connection to the cosmic order. The cyclical nature of storytelling around the fire, often following the rhythm of seasons or significant celestial events, further embedded these narratives into the very fabric of daily life, making them inseparable from the community's understanding of its place in the world. As human societies evolved and became more settled, the campfire continued its role as a central gathering point, transforming into a stage for epic poems and lengthy sagas that chronicled the exploits of legendary figures, the founding of nations, and the intricate genealogies that defined social hierarchies and alliances. The Homeric epics, though later written down, undoubtedly originated from a rich oral tradition, likely performed and refined over countless evenings around communal fires, where bards would captivate audiences with tales of gods, heroes, and perilous journeys, shaping the collective consciousness of ancient Greek civilization. Similarly, the sagas of the Norse people, filled with powerful deities, fearsome monsters, and brave warriors, were meticulously preserved and transmitted through oral recitation around hearth fires, serving as both historical records and moral compasses for Viking societies. During the medieval period, traveling minstrels and troubadours, often seeking shelter and warmth at inns or communal gatherings, would entertain patrons with chivalric romances, tales of saints, and humorous fables, effectively carrying the tradition of oral storytelling from the wilderness into more structured social settings, yet often still centered around a source of warmth and light. These narratives, whether told by a roaring fireplace in a great hall or a humble fire in a peasant's cottage, serve to disseminate news, reinforce religious doctrines, and provide a much-needed escape from the harsh realities of daily life, connecting disparate communities through shared stories. The very act of gathering around a fire to listen created a temporary egalitarian space where people from different social strata could share a common experience, bound by the power of the spoken word. The exploration and colonization eras saw campfire stories take on new significance as explorers, trappers, and pioneers shared their experiences of uncharted territories, encounters with indigenous peoples, and the challenges of survival in unfamiliar landscapes, often exaggerating dangers and triumphs to entertain and impress their companions. These narratives, frequently embellished with each retelling, contributed to the formation of national myths and frontier legends, shaping the popular imagination of newly settled lands and influencing future generations' perceptions of their ancestral heritage. Indigenous peoples, in turn, often use their own campfire traditions to share stories of their land, their history, and their spiritual connection to the natural world with newcomers, sometimes as a means of education, sometimes as a form of resistance, and sometimes simply as an act of cultural exchange. The American West, in particular, became a fertile ground for campfire storytelling, with cowboys, prospectors, and railroad workers gathering around blazing fires after long days of arduous labor, swapping tall tales, ghost stories, and personal anecdotes that captured the spirit of adventure and the rugged individualism of the frontier. These narratives, often featuring larger-than-life characters and improbable feats, contributed to the distinct cultural identity of the West, with figures like Pecos Bill and Paul Bunyan emerging from these oral traditions to become enduring symbols of American folklore. The shared experience of hardship and camaraderie around the fire forged strong bonds among these transient communities, with stories serving as a vital emotional outlet and a way to process the often isolating nature of their lives. Even in modern times, with the advent of electricity and sophisticated entertainment technologies, the allure of the campfire story persists, drawing people away from screens and back to the primal comfort of a crackling fire and the human voice. Contemporary camping trips, scouting expeditions, and outdoor gatherings frequently feature storytelling sessions around a fire, where participants share personal anecdotes, urban legends, or traditional ghost stories, creating a sense of shared vulnerability and connection that is often missing in daily life. This deliberate return to a more ancient form of entertainment highlights a deep-seated human need for communal narrative experiences, demonstrating that the power of a well-told story, illuminated by firelight, remains undiminished. The psychological impact of storytelling around a campfire is profound, as the rhythmic crackle of the flames and the dancing shadows create a hypnotic atmosphere that enhances receptivity and encourages a suspension of disbelief, allowing listeners to fully immerse themselves in the narrative. This primal setting taps into ancient brain pathways, evoking a sense of safety and community that is deeply comforting, making the stories told within this context particularly memorable and emotionally resonant. The shared vulnerability of sitting together in the darkness, illuminated only by the fire, fosters a unique intimacy, encouraging participants to open up and share their own experiences and perspectives, further enriching the collective storytelling experience. Moreover, campfire stories often serve as a powerful tool for social bonding, as the act of listening together, laughing together, or being frightened together creates a shared emotional experience that strengthens interpersonal relationships and reinforces group cohesion. The communal aspect of storytelling around a fire helps to break down social barriers. As individuals from diverse backgrounds find common ground in the universal themes of human experience explored in the narratives, this shared narrative space becomes a crucible for empathy, allowing individuals to understand different perspectives and connect on a deeper, more human level. The improvisational nature of many campfire stories, where details are added, characters are embellished, and plots are subtly altered with each retelling, reflects the dynamic and evolving nature of oral traditions, keeping the narratives fresh and responsive to the specific audience and moment. This fluidity ensures that the stories remain relevant and engaging, adapting to new contexts and incorporating contemporary concerns while still preserving their core messages and cultural significance. The storyteller, acting as a living archive, becomes a conduit for collective memory, shaping and refining the narratives in real time, making each performance a unique and unrepeatable event. The act of telling a story around a campfire also demands a particular kind of performance, relying on vocal inflection, pauses, gestures, and eye contact to captivate the audience and bring the narrative to life, transforming the storyteller into a temporary shaman or bard. Without the visual aids of modern media, the storyteller must skillfully paint vivid mental pictures for the listeners, engaging their imaginations and inviting them to co-create the world of the story within their own minds. This active participation from the audience, through their focused attention and imaginative engagement, is a crucial element of the campfire storytelling tradition, making it a truly interactive art form. Furthermore, campfire stories often serve as a vital means of processing fear and anxiety, particularly through the telling of ghost stories or tales of wilderness dangers, allowing individuals to confront their primal fears in a safe and controlled environment. By externalizing these anxieties through narrative, listeners can collectively acknowledge and explore their fears, often finding comfort in the shared experience and the knowledge that others have faced similar challenges. The cathartic release experienced through a well-told scary story around a fire can be deeply therapeutic, helping individuals to cope with the uncertainties and potential dangers of the world around them. The very structure of many traditional campfire stories, with their clear beginnings, rising action, climax, and resolution, mirrors the human need for order and meaning in a chaotic world, providing a sense of closure and understanding. These narrative arcs, often featuring a protagonist who overcomes adversity or learns a valuable lesson, offer models for resilience and ethical behavior, subtly guiding listeners toward positive personal growth and social responsibility. The predictable yet engaging pattern of these stories provides a comforting rhythm, allowing the mind to relax and absorb the underlying messages without conscious effort. The sensory experience of a campfire story is multifaceted, encompassing the visual spectacle of the flames, the warmth on the skin, the earthy scent of wood smoke, and the sounds of crackling wood and distant nocturnal creatures, all contributing to an immersive and unforgettable experience. This rich sensory tapestry creates a powerful mnemonic device, ensuring that the stories told in such a setting are deeply etched into memory, often recalled years later with vivid detail and emotional resonance. The combination of primal elements and human narrative creates a unique environment where learning and emotional connection flourish. In many cultures, the campfire served as a pedagogical tool, a place where children learned about their heritage, their responsibilities, and the moral codes of their community through engaging narratives rather than didactic lectures. These stories, often featuring animal characters or mythical beings, made complex ethical dilemmas accessible to young minds, fostering a sense of empathy and critical thinking from an early age. The informal yet structured nature of campfire storytelling allowed for a natural and organic transmission of knowledge, making learning an enjoyable and communal activity. The tradition of call and response storytelling, where the audience actively participates by repeating phrases, adding sound effects, or even contributing to the narrative's direction, further exemplifies the interactive nature of campfire tales. This participatory element ensures that the audience remains engaged and invested in the story, transforming passive listeners into active co-creators of the narrative experience. This dynamic exchange between storyteller and audience reinforces the communal aspect of the tradition, making it a truly shared endeavor. The global prevalence of campfire storytelling traditions. From the Aboriginal Dreamtime stories under the Australian sky to the Inuit tales of the Arctic, and from the African griots narratives to the Native American trickster tales, underscores the universal human need for narrative and communal gathering around a source of light and warmth. Each culture has adapted this fundamental practice to its unique environment and belief systems. Yet the core function of transmitting knowledge, reinforcing values, and fostering connection remains consistent across continents and millennia. This universal appeal speaks to the deep-seated human instinct to share experiences, and create meaning through narrative, especially when gathered around the primal element of fire. The symbolic significance of the campfire itself, often representing light and darkness, warmth against cold, and community against isolation, imbues the stories told around it with an added layer of meaning and emotional weight. The fire, a powerful and transformative force, mirrors the transformative power of the stories themselves, which can alter perceptions, inspire action, and shape identities. This elemental connection between fire and narrative elevates the storytelling experience beyond mere entertainment, making it a sacred and profound act of human connection. The practice of passing down specific stories from one generation of storytellers to the next, often through apprenticeships or family traditions, ensures the preservation of cultural heritage and the continuity of narrative lineages. These designated storytellers, whether shamans, bards, or elders, undergo rigorous training to master the nuances of performance, memorization, and improvisation, becoming living libraries of their community's history and wisdom. Their dedication to preserving and transmitting these oral traditions is a testament to the profound value placed on storytelling within their respective cultures. The evolution of campfire stories also reflects technological advancements, as the invention of writing eventually allowed these oral traditions to be transcribed, preserving them for posterity, but also subtly altering their dynamic from fluid, adaptable performances to fixed texts. While written stories offer permanence, they lose the immediate, interactive quality of a live campfire telling, where the narrative can shift and respond to the mood of the audience or the inspiration of the moment. However, the written form has allowed countless stories that originated around fires to reach a global audience and endure through centuries. Even in contemporary literature and film, the motif of characters gathering around a fire to share stories remains a powerful and evocative image, tapping into our collective unconscious memory of this ancient practice. Filmmakers often use firelight to create intimate, confessional, or suspenseful scenes, knowing that the visual and emotional resonance of a campfire naturally enhances the narrative being presented. This enduring artistic representation demonstrates the deep-seated cultural significance and emotional power that campfire storytelling continues to hold in the human psyche. The very act of tending the fire, adding logs to maintain its warmth and light, mirrors the ongoing effort to sustain these invaluable narrative traditions, ensuring that the embers of human connection and shared imagination never truly die out. This continuous nurturing of both the physical fire and the metaphorical flame of storytelling is a testament to humanity's enduring commitment to understanding itself and its place in the universe through the shared experience of narrative. The sustained effort required to keep the fire burning is akin to the dedication needed to keep stories alive, passing them from mouth to ear, generation after generation, ensuring their vitality and relevance in an ever-changing world. Each new log added to the fire is like a new voice joining the chorus of storytellers, adding their unique perspective to the ancient tradition, keeping the flame of human connection and shared imagination perpetually alight. The warmth emanating from the fire symbolizes the comfort and security found in shared narratives, providing a safe space for exploring complex emotions and ideas. The light it casts pushes back the darkness, just as stories illuminate understanding and banish ignorance, guiding listeners through the unknown with wisdom gleaned from ancestral experiences. The crackling sounds of the burning wood become a natural soundtrack to the unfolding narratives, adding a rhythmic, almost meditative quality to the storytelling session, further enhancing the listener's immersion. The scent of wood smoke, unique to each type of wood, becomes an olfactory anchor, forever linking specific stories to particular moments and places in memory, creating a rich tapestry of sensory recall. This multi-sensory engagement ensures that campfire stories are not merely heard, but deeply experienced, forming indelible impressions on the minds and hearts of those gathered around the glowing embers. The communal aspect of tending the fire, where individuals take turns adding fuel, reinforces the collective responsibility for maintaining the storytelling tradition, emphasizing that it is a shared endeavor requiring active participation from everyone. This shared guardianship of both the fire and the stories fosters a profound sense of belonging and mutual respect among the participants, strengthening the bonds of community. The stories themselves, much like the fire, require constant attention and occasional reinvention to remain vibrant and relevant, adapting to new audiences and evolving societal contexts while retaining their core truths. This dynamic interplay between preservation and innovation ensures that the tradition remains a living, breathing entity, capable of addressing contemporary concerns through ancient wisdom. The long, drawn-out sentences of a seasoned storyteller, carefully crafted to build suspense and convey intricate details, mimic the slow, steady burn of a well-tended fire, allowing the narrative to unfold gradually and captivatingly. The pauses between phrases, much like the brief lulls in the fire's crackle, create moments of anticipation, drawing the audience deeper into the story's embrace, allowing them to ponder the implications of each word. The very act of sharing these narratives around a fire transforms the mundane into the magical, turning simple anecdotes into profound lessons and ordinary events into extraordinary adventures, all under the benevolent gaze of the night sky. The collective imagination sparked by the storyteller's words and fueled by the primal energy of the fire creates a shared mental landscape where anything is possible, fostering creativity and a sense of wonder. This timeless tradition, passed down through countless generations, continues to weave the fabric of human culture, one story at a time, under the watchful gaze of the stars, reminding us of our shared past and our collective capacity for imagination. The flickering flames, dancing in rhythmic patterns against the encroaching darkness, have always served as a primal stage for the unfolding of human narratives, a testament to the enduring power of oral tradition in shaping societies across millennia. From the earliest hominids huddled together for warmth and protection, the act of sharing experiences and observations around a communal fire became an indispensable tool for survival, transmitting vital information about hunting grounds, dangerous predators, edible plants, and the intricate social structures that bound their nascent communities. These rudimentary narratives, often accompanied by gestures and mimicry, laid the foundational stones for more complex storytelling, evolving from simple warnings and instructions into elaborate myths and legends that sought to explain the inexplicable phenomena of the natural world. The very act of gathering around a fire naturally fosters a sense of intimacy and shared vulnerability, lowering inhibitions and encouraging open communication, which is precisely why campfires became the quintessential setting for the transmission of cultural knowledge and historical accounts long before the advent of written language. In many indigenous cultures, the storyteller, often an elder or a designated keeper of traditions, held a revered position, their memory a living library of their people's history, spiritual beliefs, and moral codes, all meticulously preserved and passed down through generations around the glowing embers. These oral histories were not merely entertainment. They were vital pedagogical tools, instructing younger members of the tribe on their heritage, their responsibilities, and the complex web of relationships that connected them to their ancestors, their land, and the spiritual realm. Consider the rich tradition of Aboriginal Australian storytelling, where narratives known as dreaming stories or dreamtime stories are intricately linked to specific geographical features and ancestral journeys, often recounted around a fire under the vast, star-studded desert sky. These stories, far from being simple fables, are complex cosmological maps, legal codes, and ecological guides, detailing the creation of the land, the behavior of animals, and the proper way to live in harmony with the environment, with each telling reinforcing the deep spiritual connection between the people and their ancestral lands. The act of sharing these stories around a fire is a sacred ritual, a continuation of the dream time itself, allowing participants to connect directly with their ancient past and the creative forces that shaped their world. Similarly, among many Native American tribes, the campfire served as the central locus for sharing origin myths, heroic tales, and cautionary legends, often featuring animal characters that embodied human traits and taught important moral lessons about courage, wisdom, humility, and respect for all living things. The flickering light and shifting shadows cast by the fire would animate these tales, transforming the familiar surroundings into the very landscapes of the stories, making the experiences of Coyote, Raven, or Nanabojo feel immediate and profoundly real to the rapt listeners. These narratives were not static. They were dynamic, living entities, often adapted and reinterpreted by each storyteller, yet always retaining their core messages and their profound cultural significance, ensuring the continuity of tribal identity and values. During the era of westward expansion in North America, the campfire became an iconic symbol of resilience and community for pioneers, cowboys, and prospectors, providing not only warmth and protection, but also a crucial social hub in the vast, untamed wilderness. After long days of arduous travel, cattle drives, or prospecting for gold, these weary individuals would gather around the crackling fire, sharing stories of their adventures, their hardships, their hopes, and their fears, forging bonds of camaraderie and mutual support. These narratives often took the form of tall tales, exaggerating dangers and triumphs for comedic effect, or poignant accounts of loved ones left behind, serving as a vital emotional outlet and a way to process the isolation and challenges of frontier life. The tradition of storytelling around campfires also permeated military culture throughout history, offering soldiers a brief respite from the horrors of war and a chance to connect on a deeply human level. Whether it was Roman legionaries sharing tales of valor and conquests around their bivouac fires, medieval knights recounting their exploits and romantic endeavors, or World War I soldiers exchanging stories of home and camaraderie in the trenches, the campfire provided a space for shared humanity amidst the brutality of conflict. These narratives often serve to bolster morale, reinforce group cohesion, and process traumatic experiences, transforming individual anxieties into collective narratives of endurance and survival. Even in more structured settings, such as ancient Greek and Roman societies, where written literature flourished, the informal gathering around a fire for storytelling remained a cherished practice, particularly in rural areas or during journeys. Travelers would often share local legends, historical anecdotes, and personal experiences around a roadside fire, exchanging information and entertainment as they rested. This oral exchange was a crucial complement to written texts, offering a more immediate and interactive form of cultural transmission, often preserving nuances and local variations that might not have been captured in formal scrolls. The medieval period saw the continuation of this tradition, with wandering minstrels and bards traveling from village to village, castle to castle, often performing their epic poems and romantic ballads around communal fires in inns or village squares. These storytellers were the primary source of news, entertainment, and cultural memory for largely illiterate populations. Their performances weaving together historical events, fantastical elements, and moral lessons into captivating narratives that captivated audiences of all ages. The flickering firelight would enhance the drama of their performances, making the tales of knights, dragons, and faraway lands come alive with each word. And distant lands come alive in the imaginations of the listeners. During the Age of Exploration, European sailors and explorers venturing into unknown territories often relied on campfires not only for warmth and cooking, but also as a focal point for sharing their extraordinary experiences and observations with their crews. Tales of monstrous sea creatures, exotic lands, and encounters with indigenous peoples would be recounted around the ship's fire or on remote shorelines, fueling both wonder and apprehension, and shaping the collective understanding of a rapidly expanding world. These narratives, often embellished and sensationalized, became the foundation for many travelogues and adventure stories that later captivated audiences back home. The American South, particularly during the era of slavery, witnessed a poignant and powerful form of storytelling around campfires, where enslaved people would gather in secret to share spirituals, folk tales, and narratives of resistance and hope. These clandestine gatherings, illuminated by the subdued glow of a carefully tended fire, provided a vital space for cultural preservation, emotional solace, and the clandestine transmission of messages and strategies for survival and eventual freedom. The stories, often imbued with double meanings and coded language, served as a powerful testament to the human spirit's resilience in the face of unimaginable oppression. In the vast expanse of the African continent, numerous ethnic groups have maintained rich oral traditions centered around the evening fire, where griots, or professional storytellers, poets, and musicians hold court, recounting epic histories, genealogies, and moral fables. The griot's performance is a multifaceted art form, incorporating song, dance, and instrumental music, all enhanced by the intimate and atmospheric setting of the communal fire. These performances are not merely entertainment, they are living archives, preserving the collective memory, legal precedents, and ethical frameworks of entire communities, ensuring that the wisdom of the ancestors continues to guide present and future generations. The Inuit people of the Arctic, facing extreme environmental challenges, developed a unique storytelling tradition often shared around fires made of driftwood or blubber, where tales of survival, hunting prowess, and encounters with spirits of the land and sea were paramount. These narratives, passed down through generations, served as practical guides for navigating the harsh Arctic landscape, understanding animal behavior, and maintaining a respectful relationship with the powerful natural forces that governed their lives. The stark contrast between the warmth of the fire and the biting cold outside amplified the sense of shared vulnerability and interdependence, making the stories all the more impactful. Even in the modern era, with the pervasive influence of digital media and instant communication, the allure of the campfire story remains undiminished, particularly in recreational settings like camping trips, scouting events, and wilderness expeditions. Families and friends gather around the dancing flames, sharing personal anecdotes, spooky ghost stories, or recounting the day's adventures, reinforcing bonds and creating lasting memories. The absence of electronic distractions and the primal setting naturally encourage a deeper form of engagement and connection, allowing imaginations to roam freely in the glow of the firelight. The psychological impact of storytelling around a fire is profound, tapping into deeply ingrained human instincts for safety, community, and meaning-making. The rhythmic crackle of the burning wood, the warmth radiating outwards, and the mesmerizing dance of the flames create an almost hypnotic effect, drawing listeners into a state of heightened receptivity. This environment is conducive to empathy, as listeners imaginatively step into the shoes of the characters in the story, experiencing their joys, sorrows, and challenges, thereby expanding their understanding of the human condition. Furthermore, the campfire provides a natural boundary, separating the safe, illuminated circle from the unknown, often perceived as dangerous darkness beyond, creating a sense of shared sanctuary where fears can be acknowledged and collectively processed through narrative. Ghost stories, for instance, are a classic campfire staple precisely because they allow individuals to confront and externalize their anxieties in a controlled, communal setting, finding catharsis in the shared shivers and nervous laughter. The act of telling and listening to these tales around a fire strengthens social cohesion, as individuals collectively navigate the emotional landscape presented by the story. The very structure of oral storytelling, particularly around a campfire, often involves call and response elements, audience participation, and improvisational flourishes, making it a highly interactive and dynamic art form. Unlike the passive consumption of written or recorded media, campfire storytelling invites listeners to become co-creators of the narrative, filling in details with their imaginations, offering interjections, and sometimes even contributing their own variations to well-known tales. This participatory aspect deepens engagement and fosters a sense of collective ownership over the stories, ensuring their continued vitality and evolution. Historically, the campfire also played a critical role in the transmission of practical skills and knowledge through narrative. Hunters would recount detailed stories of tracking animals, demonstrating techniques through gestures, while elders would share narratives about medicinal plants, their properties, and their uses, embedding crucial information within memorable tales. This method of instruction was far more engaging and effective than dry factual recitation, as the narrative context provided a framework for understanding and retaining complex information, making it accessible and relevant to daily life. The cultural significance of the campfire story extends to its role in preserving linguistic heritage. Many endangered languages have been kept alive through the oral traditions practiced around fires, where elders meticulously pass down vocabulary, grammar, and idiomatic expressions embedded within their ancestral narratives. The campfire becomes a linguistic sanctuary, a space where the nuances and beauty of a language are celebrated and perpetuated, ensuring that the unique worldview encoded within that language continues to thrive. Even in the realm of scientific discovery and exploration, the campfire has played an understated yet significant role. Early naturalists, anthropologists, and geographers, often venturing into remote territories, would gather around their campfires at night to discuss their findings, hypothesize about new discoveries, and share their observations, often shaping their theories and interpretations through these informal narrative exchanges. The shared experience of the wilderness, combined with the reflective atmosphere of the fire, fostered intellectual camaraderie and collaborative knowledge building. The enduring appeal of campfire stories lies in their ability to connect us to our shared humanity, transcending cultural, temporal, and geographical boundaries. Regardless of the specific content, be it ancient myths, historical accounts, personal anecdotes, or fantastical fables, the act of gathering around a fire to share narratives taps into a fundamental human need for connection, meaning, and understanding. It is a timeless ritual that reminds us of our collective journey, our triumphs, our struggles, and our enduring capacity to imagine, to learn, and to dream, all under the gentle, watchful gaze of the night sky, illuminated by the dancing flames that have guided human storytelling since the dawn of time. The flickering light of a campfire, a primal beacon against the encroaching darkness, has always served as more than mere illumination. It has been the stage and the inspiration for countless narratives woven into the fabric of human history, each tale a delicate thread contributing to the vast tapestry of collective memory and cultural identity. From the earliest hominids huddled together for warmth and protection, sharing vital information about hunting grounds or dangerous predators through rudimentary vocalizations and gestures, to the complex oral traditions of ancient civilizations, the campfire has remained an indispensable element in the evolution of human communication and the preservation of knowledge. These nocturnal gatherings fostered a unique environment where the boundaries between the mundane and the mythical often blurred, allowing for the transmission of practical survival skills alongside profound spiritual insights, all imbued with the mesmerizing power of a shared experience under the vast, star-studded canopy. Consider the role of the campfire in the transmission of indigenous knowledge systems across generations, where elders, revered repositories of ancestral wisdom, would recount creation myths, epic journeys of tribal heroes, and intricate ecological lessons, ensuring the continuity of their people's understanding of the world. In many Aboriginal Australian cultures, for instance, the Dreamtime stories, often narrated around a fire, describe the journeys of ancestral beings who shaped the land, creating its features, flora, and fauna, and establishing the laws and customs that govern human society, thereby imbuing the landscape itself with sacred meaning and historical depth. These narratives were not simply entertainment. They were living maps, moral compasses, and encyclopedias of their environment, meticulously passed down with precise details to maintain their efficacy and truthfulness. The warmth of the fire, the rhythmic crackle of burning wood, and the communal presence created an ideal setting for deep listening and absorption, solidifying the emotional and intellectual impact of these foundational tales. Moving across continents, the nomadic tribes of the Sahara and the Arabian deserts have long utilized the campfire as a central point for storytelling, where Bedouin poets would recite lengthy odes, known as qasidas, and intricate genealogies, tracing their lineage back through generations, thereby reinforcing tribal bonds and preserving their oral heritage against the vast shifting sands. These poetic recitations, often accompanied by the gentle strumming of a rababa or the rhythmic clapping of hands, served as both entertainment and a vital historical record, chronicling significant battles, heroic deeds, and the enduring values of hospitality and courage that defined their way of life. The transient nature of their existence made written records impractical, thus elevating the spoken word, particularly when delivered with passion and artistry around a comforting blaze, to an unparalleled position of importance in their cultural transmission. In ancient Norse societies, The longhouse hearth, a central fire pit around which families and communities gathered during the long, dark winters, became the stage for the recitation of Eddic poems and sagas. Tales of gods like Odin and Thor, of mighty heroes, and of the cosmic struggle between order and chaos. These epic narratives, filled with vivid imagery of icy landscapes, fierce battles, and profound philosophical questions about fate and free will, were not merely stories, but foundational texts that shaped their worldview, their understanding of honor, and their relationship with the natural world. The flickering firelight would cast dramatic shadows on the wooden walls, enhancing the atmosphere as skalds or court poets performed their intricate verses, often from memory, captivating their audiences with the power of their words and the depth of their cultural heritage. The campfire also played a crucial role in the development of early European folklore and fairy tales, with villagers gathering after a day's labor to share cautionary tales about mischievous spirits, benevolent forest creatures, and the consequences of straying from established social norms. These narratives, often featuring archetypal characters like the cunning fox, the brave knight, or the wicked witch, serve to transmit moral lessons, reinforce community values, and provide a collective outlet for fears and anxieties about the unknown. The communal aspect of storytelling around the fire fostered a sense of solidarity and shared identity, transforming individual experiences and observations into universal truths that resonated with everyone present, creating a powerful sense of belonging in a world often fraught with hardship and uncertainty. During the Age of Exploration, sailors and explorers, far from home and facing unimaginable dangers, would huddle around small fires on distant shores or in the holds of their ships, sharing tales of their voyages, encounters with exotic lands, and the marvels or terrors of the uncharted seas. These stories, often embellished with each retelling, became a vital means of processing their experiences, maintaining morale, and forging bonds of camaraderie among crew members, transforming personal hardships into shared adventures. The narratives of mythical sea monsters, lost treasures, and perilous storms recounted under the vast, unfamiliar constellations contributed to the growing body of maritime folklore and fueled the imagination of those who heard them, both at sea and upon their eventual return to port. The American frontier, with its vast wilderness and isolated settlements, provided fertile ground for the campfire storytelling tradition to flourish. As pioneers, cowboys, trappers, and prospectors gathered around their nightly fires to share tall tales, personal anecdotes, and legends of the West. These stories often celebrated themes of rugged individualism, resilience in the face of adversity, and the pursuit of freedom, shaping the very mythology of the American spirit. From the legendary exploits of figures like Paul Bunyan and Pecos Bill, whose superhuman feats of strength and ingenuity helped tame the wild landscape, to more somber accounts of encounters with Native American tribes or the harsh realities of frontier life. These narratives formed a crucial part of the cultural exchange and identity formation in a rapidly expanding nation. The crackling fire, a symbol of warmth and safety in a vast and often dangerous environment, provided the perfect backdrop for these tales of courage, hardship, and the enduring human spirit. Even in more structured military settings, the campfire has served as a vital social and psychological tool, particularly during long campaigns or periods of rest, where soldiers would gather to share stories of battles fought, comrades lost, and the humorous or harrowing experiences of wartime. These narratives, often raw and deeply personal, helped soldiers process trauma, build morale, and reinforce the bonds of brotherhood essential for survival in combat, transforming individual suffering into a shared narrative of resilience and collective experience. The flickering flames offered a temporary reprieve from the harsh realities of war, allowing for moments of reflection, camaraderie, and the telling of tales that would become part of their unit's shared history, passed down through generations of veterans. The tradition of storytelling around the campfire also extended into the realm of education and mentorship, particularly in ancient philosophical schools and spiritual communities where disciples would gather at night to listen to the teachings of their masters. In ancient Greece, for example, while much philosophical discourse occurred in public forums or academies, intimate nocturnal gatherings around a small fire could have provided a more contemplative setting for discussions on ethics, metaphysics, and the nature of the cosmos, allowing for deeper introspection and personalized guidance. The quiet solitude of the night, punctuated only by the crackle of the fire and the wisdom of the teacher, created an atmosphere conducive to profound learning and spiritual growth, fostering a direct transmission of knowledge and understanding that went beyond mere intellectual instruction. In many African cultures, the griot, a West African storyteller, praise singer, poet, and musician, often performs their intricate narratives around a communal fire, recounting historical events, genealogies, and epic poems that serve as the living archives of their people. These performances are not static recitations, but dynamic, interactive experiences, often involving music, dance, and audience participation, where the fire acts as a focal point, drawing everyone into the narrative's embrace. The griot's mastery of language, memory, and performance ensures that the stories remain vibrant and relevant, connecting contemporary audiences to their ancestral past and reinforcing cultural values through the powerful medium of shared oral tradition. The campfire's role in shaping our understanding of the natural world is equally profound, as countless stories have been inspired by observations made under the starry sky around a dancing flame. Myths explaining the constellations, legends about the origins of fire itself, and tales of animal behavior observed in the wild have all found their voice around the communal hearth. These narratives often served as early forms of scientific inquiry and ecological education, helping communities understand celestial cycles, predict weather patterns, and learn about the habits of local wildlife, all woven into engaging stories that were easily remembered and transmitted. The direct connection to nature, amplified by the sensory experience of the fire and the night, made these lessons particularly impactful and enduring. Consider the campfire as a liminal space, a threshold between the known and the unknown, where the protective circle of light pushes back against the vast, mysterious darkness, creating an ideal environment for tales of the supernatural and the uncanny. Ghost stories, tales of cryptids, and accounts of encounters with spirits or otherworldly beings are almost universally associated with campfire gatherings. Their chilling narratives, enhanced by the flickering shadows and the primal fear of the unknown, lurking just beyond the fire's glow. These stories, while often intended to entertain or frighten, also served as a way for communities to collectively process their fears, explore taboos, and grapple with the inexplicable aspects of existence, providing a safe space for confronting the darker side of human experience and imagination. The evolution of storytelling around the campfire also reflects technological advancements and cultural shifts, even as the core ritual remains constant. With the advent of writing, many oral traditions were eventually transcribed, yet the act of reading a story aloud around a fire still carries a special resonance, connecting contemporary readers to the ancient practice of shared narrative. In modern times, camping trips, scouting events, and outdoor gatherings continue this tradition, albeit often with a different repertoire of stories, ranging from personal travel adventures to fictional tales read from a book, all contributing to the enduring appeal of communal storytelling under the open sky. The simple act of gathering around a fire, sharing narratives, and listening intently continues to foster connection, create memories, and reinforce the timeless human need for shared experience and imaginative engagement. The campfire also served as a critical element in the development of early theatrical performances and ritualistic storytelling, where the storyteller might employ dramatic gestures, vocal inflections, and even rudimentary props to enhance their narrative, transforming a simple tale into a captivating performance. In many ancient cultures, storytelling was intrinsically linked with ritual, where the narrative itself was a sacred act designed to invoke spirits, commemorate ancestors, or ensure the prosperity of the community. The fire, with its transformative power and symbolic significance, often played a central role in these rituals, acting as a conduit between the human and spiritual realms, making the stories told around it all the more potent and meaningful. Furthermore, the very act of building and maintaining a fire, gathering wood, arranging it carefully, tending the flames, is a communal activity that precedes and accompanies the storytelling, creating a shared sense of purpose and cooperation that deepens the bonds between participants. This collaborative effort transforms the physical space around the fire into a sacred circle, a temporary sanctuary where hierarchies might dissolve and everyone is united by the shared warmth and the anticipation of the stories to come. The rhythmic sounds of the fire, the subtle shifts in light and shadow, and the collective focus on the storyteller create a unique sensory environment that enhances the narrative experience, making it more immersive and memorable than any solitary act of reading or listening. Consider the role of the campfire in the transmission of practical knowledge, beyond mere myths and legends, such as detailed instructions for crafting tools, identifying edible plants, or navigating by the stars. These vital pieces of information, often embedded within engaging narratives or presented as part of a larger story, were more easily remembered and understood when shared in the relaxed, attentive atmosphere created by the fire. The shared experience of learning around the communal flame fostered a sense of collective intelligence, where knowledge was not just imparted, but collaboratively understood and internalized, ensuring the survival and prosperity of the group. The stories acted as mnemonic devices, making complex information accessible and memorable for all members of the community, from the youngest child to the oldest elder. The campfire also played a significant role in the development of language itself, as the need to articulate complex ideas, describe intricate events, and convey nuanced emotions in a shared narrative context would have driven the expansion of vocabulary and grammatical structures. The iterative process of storytelling, where tales are refined and embellished with each retelling, would have contributed to the richness and expressiveness of oral languages, shaping their poetic qualities and rhetorical devices. The intimate setting of the campfire encouraged active listening and thoughtful responses, fostering a dynamic linguistic environment where communication skills were constantly honed and perfected, leading to more sophisticated forms of verbal expression. In the context of historical preservation, especially in societies without widespread literacy, the campfire served as the primary archive for collective memory, where the stories of a people's past, their origins, migrations, triumphs, and defeats, were meticulously maintained and transmitted through oral recitation. Genealogies, historical accounts, and epic poems, passed down through generations of storytellers, ensured that the collective identity and historical consciousness of a community remained vibrant and intact. The ritual of gathering around the fire to listen to these ancestral narratives reinforced a sense of continuity, connecting the present generation to the countless generations that came before, creating an unbroken chain of memory and belonging. The psychological comfort provided by the campfire, particularly in harsh or unfamiliar environments, also contributed to its efficacy as a storytelling hub. The warmth, light, and protection from predators fostered a sense of security and relaxation, making individuals more receptive to narratives and more willing to share their own experiences. This primal sense of safety allowed for deeper emotional engagement with the stories, whether they were tales of heroism, sorrow, or humor, creating a shared emotional landscape within the group. The collective act of listening, bathed in the gentle glow of the flames, fostered empathy and understanding, strengthening the social fabric of the community. Even in modern recreational contexts, the campfire continues to be a powerful catalyst for human connection and storytelling, drawing people away from screens and into direct, meaningful interaction. Whether it is a family camping trip, a scout jamboree, or a gathering of friends in the backyard, the simple act of lighting a fire often signals a shift in atmosphere, inviting personal anecdotes, shared memories, and creative narratives to emerge. The absence of artificial distractions, combined with the mesmerizing quality of the flames, encourages a slower pace of communication and a deeper level of engagement, allowing stories to unfold naturally and organically, just as they have for millennia. The enduring appeal of campfire stories lies in their ability to tap into fundamental human experiences, the need for warmth, light, safety, and connection, all of which are embodied by the fire itself. The stories told around it become imbued with these primal associations, making them resonate on a deeper, more visceral level than narratives encountered in other settings. The shared vulnerability of being together in the dark, illuminated only by the dancing flames, creates a unique intimacy that encourages authenticity and openness in storytelling, fostering a sense of shared humanity that transcends individual differences. The very structure of many traditional oral narratives, with their repetitive phrases, memorable characters, and clear moral lessons, was optimized for transmission around a campfire, where the audience might be diverse in age and attention span. The rhythmic quality of spoken word, often accompanied by the crackle and hiss of the fire, created a hypnotic effect that drew listeners into the story, making it easier to follow and remember. These narrative techniques, honed over countless generations of campfire storytelling, demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of human psychology and memory, ensuring the effective transmission of cultural knowledge and values. Ultimately, the campfire remains a profound symbol of human resilience, ingenuity, and our innate capacity for imagination and connection. It represents a timeless gathering place where the past is remembered, the present is shared, and the future is envisioned through the power of narrative. The stories told around its glowing embers, from ancient myths to contemporary anecdotes, are not just tales. They are living testaments to our collective journey, our triumphs, our struggles, and our enduring capacity to imagine, to learn, and to dream, all under the gentle, watchful gaze of the night sky, illuminated by the dancing flames that have guided human storytelling since the dawn of time. continuing to weave the rich tapestry of human experience, one shared narrative at a time, and cultural values across generations. Early hominids, gathering around the warmth and protection of controlled fire, would have naturally begun to communicate complex ideas through vocalizations and gestures, gradually evolving into structured narratives that explained the mysteries of the natural world, recounted successful hunts, or warned of dangers lurking in the darkness beyond the flickering light. These proto-stories, likely simple and direct, served crucial functions within nascent social groups, fostering cohesion, reinforcing shared beliefs, and educating younger members about survival strategies and the intricate social dynamics of their community. As human societies developed, so too did the complexity and sophistication of campfire narratives, incorporating intricate mythologies that explained the creation of the cosmos, the origins of humanity, and the relationships between mortals and divine or supernatural entities, often personifying natural phenomena like thunder, rivers, or the sun and moon. The Australian Aboriginal tradition, for instance, features an extensive oral history known as the dreaming or dream time, which encompasses creation myths, ancestral journeys, and moral lessons, all meticulously passed down through generations around campfires, often accompanied by song, dance, and intricate sand paintings that illustrate the narrative elements. These Dreamtime stories, far from being mere fables, serve as a comprehensive spiritual and historical framework, mapping ancestral paths across the land, defining sacred sites, and dictating social laws and responsibilities, demonstrating the profound practical and spiritual significance of campfire storytelling in certain cultures. Similarly, indigenous peoples of North America, such as the Navajo or the Cherokee, possess rich oral traditions that include elaborate origin stories, cautionary tales about animal tricksters, and epic sagas of heroes and spirits, which were traditionally recited during long winter evenings around the central fire of a hogan or a longhouse, imbuing the narratives with the sacred atmosphere of the hearth. The act of storytelling around a fire also played a pivotal role in the development of language itself, as the need to articulate increasingly complex ideas and emotions within a shared narrative context would have driven the expansion of vocabulary, the refinement of grammatical structures, and the emergence of rhetorical devices designed to captivate and engage an audience. The rhythmic cadence of spoken word, often enhanced by the hypnotic flicker of the flames, created an immersive environment where listeners could collectively visualize the events unfolding in the narrative, fostering a shared imaginative space that strengthened communal bonds and reinforced cultural identity. In many ancient societies, specialized storytellers, often known as bards, griots, or shamans, held esteemed positions, serving as living libraries of their people's history, wisdom, and spiritual beliefs, meticulously memorizing vast repertoires of tales and performing them with dramatic flair around the tribal fire during significant gatherings or ceremonies. These master narrators employed various techniques, including vocal modulation, gestures, and even musical accompaniment, to bring their stories to life, ensuring that the emotional impact and the didactic message resonated deeply with every listener. Beyond the realm of myth and history, campfire stories also served as a vital mechanism for transmitting practical knowledge, such as hunting techniques, plant identification, or navigation skills, often embedded within allegorical tales that made the information more memorable and engaging than a dry recitation of facts. For nomadic hunter-gatherer groups, sharing stories about successful foraging expeditions or dangerous encounters with predators around the evening fire was not just entertainment, but a crucial survival tool, allowing the collective experience of the group to be distilled and passed on to younger, less experienced members. The communal aspect of these storytelling sessions fostered a sense of shared vulnerability and trust, as individuals often shared personal anecdotes, dreams, and fears, creating an intimate space for emotional connection and mutual support within the group. This intimate exchange under the stars, with the fire providing a focal point and a sense of security against the unknown, allowed for the processing of daily events, the reinforcement of social norms, and the strengthening of interpersonal relationships, solidifying the group's collective identity. During the medieval period in Europe, as literacy remained largely confined to monastic orders and aristocratic elites, oral storytelling around hearth fires in communal halls or peasant cottages continued to be the predominant form of entertainment and information dissemination for the vast majority of the population. Traveling minstrels and troubadours would journey from village to village, bringing news, songs, and epic tales of knights, dragons, and faraway lands, often performing their repertoires around the central fire of a lord's castle or a bustling inn, captivating audiences with their dramatic recitations. These narratives, ranging from heroic chansons de geste to humorous fabliaux, serve not only to entertain, but also to transmit moral lessons, reinforce societal hierarchies, and sometimes even subtly critique existing power structures, demonstrating the multifaceted role of oral traditions in a pre-literate society. The warmth and light of the fire provided a natural stage for these performances, drawing people together and creating a communal atmosphere conducive to shared experience, where the boundaries between performer and audience often blurred as listeners interjected with comments or shared their own versions of familiar tales. The era of exploration and colonization saw campfire stories take on new dimensions as sailors, explorers, and pioneers gathered around fires on distant shores or in newly charted territories, sharing tales of their adventures, their encounters with unfamiliar cultures, and the challenges of survival in uncharted lands. These narratives, often embellished with each retelling, contributed to the formation of new cultural identities and mythologies, shaping perceptions of the New World and influencing subsequent generations of settlers. For example, the American frontier was rife with campfire tales of daring exploits, encounters with indigenous peoples, and the harsh realities of wilderness survival, which became foundational elements of American folklore, celebrating resilience, individualism, and the spirit of exploration. These stories, whether true accounts or embellished legends, serve to bind disparate groups of pioneers together, providing a shared narrative that helped them make sense of their experiences and forge a common identity in a challenging environment. Even with the advent of printing presses and the subsequent rise of mass literacy, the tradition of campfire storytelling persisted, particularly in rural communities, military encampments, and among groups engaged in outdoor activities like camping or hiking. The unique ambiance of a crackling fire under the open sky continues to evoke a primal connection to our ancestral past, making it an ideal setting for sharing ghost stories, personal anecdotes, and the timeless tales that ground us in our shared human experience, or recounting historical events in a way that feels deeply personal and immediate. Modern military personnel, for instance, often gather around improvised fires in remote locations, sharing stories of their experiences, building camaraderie, and processing the psychological impact of their deployments, demonstrating the enduring therapeutic and bonding power of shared narrative in challenging circumstances. These contemporary campfire tales, while often less formal than ancient myths, still fulfill essential human needs for connection, entertainment, and the transmission of shared experience, proving that the fundamental appeal of a good story told by firelight remains undiminished by technological advancements. In educational settings, particularly in outdoor education or wilderness programs, campfire storytelling is deliberately employed as a pedagogical tool to teach about natural history, environmental ethics, and cultural heritage, using engaging narratives to convey complex information in a memorable and impactful manner. Educators understand that information presented within a compelling story, especially in the evocative setting of a campfire, is often retained more effectively than facts delivered through conventional lectures, fostering a deeper appreciation and understanding of the subject matter. For example, a story about the life cycle of a salmon or the migratory patterns of birds, told around a warm fire, can ignite a child's imagination and instill a lifelong respect for the natural world, far more powerfully than a textbook explanation. This method also encourages active listening and imaginative engagement, developing critical thinking skills as listeners interpret themes, analyze characters, and reflect on the moral implications of the narratives. The very structure of a campfire story often differs from written narratives, tending to be more improvisational, interactive, and reliant on vocal delivery and audience response, allowing the storyteller to adapt the narrative in real time based on the mood and reactions of the listeners. The storyteller might pause for dramatic effect, change their voice for different characters, or even invite audience participation, blurring the lines between narrator and listener and creating a dynamic, shared experience. This fluid, adaptive nature of oral storytelling ensures that each telling is unique, a living performance that responds to the specific context and participants, making it a truly communal art form. The absence of a fixed text allows for creative embellishment and personalization, where a story can evolve over time, incorporating new details or adapting to contemporary sensibilities while still retaining its core message and cultural significance. Furthermore, the psychological comfort provided by the fire's warmth and light creates an ideal environment for sharing stories that might be emotionally challenging or deeply personal, as the flickering flames offer a sense of security and intimacy that encourages vulnerability and open communication. The shared gaze into the dancing embers can be meditative, fostering a reflective state that enhances the emotional resonance of the narratives, allowing for a deeper processing of themes related to fear, loss, triumph, and hope. This unique atmosphere facilitates the transmission of intergenerational wisdom, as elders often share life lessons and personal histories around the fire, bridging the gap between past and present and providing younger generations with a sense of continuity and belonging. The act of listening intently to another's story by firelight builds empathy and understanding, as individuals are transported into different perspectives and experiences, fostering a stronger sense of community and mutual respect. The cultural significance of campfire stories is also evident in their role in rites of passage and ceremonial gatherings across various societies, where narratives are used to mark transitions, impart sacred knowledge, or initiate individuals into new social roles. For example, in some indigenous cultures, coming-of-age ceremonies might involve elders recounting ancestral myths around a sacred fire, guiding adolescents through the spiritual and practical responsibilities of adulthood. These ceremonial narratives are often imbued with deep symbolic meaning, using archetypal characters and events to convey profound truths about life, death, and the individual's place within the cosmic order, reinforcing cultural values and spiritual beliefs. The fire itself often holds symbolic significance in these rituals, representing purification, transformation, or the presence of ancestral spirits, further enhancing the power and solemnity of the storytelling event. Even in modern, technologically advanced societies, the allure of the campfire story remains potent, manifesting in various forms such as backyard bonfires, wilderness retreats, or even simulated fire experiences in urban settings, demonstrating an innate human need to connect through shared narratives in a primal, elemental context. The simplicity of gathering around a fire, without the distractions of electronic devices, allows for a focused and intimate form of communication that is increasingly rare in contemporary life, offering a refreshing antidote to the constant bombardment of digital information. This deliberate act of slowing down and engaging in face-to-face storytelling fosters a sense of presence and mindfulness, encouraging deeper listening and more meaningful interaction among participants. The shared experience of a story told by firelight creates lasting memories, strengthening bonds between friends, family, and even strangers, reminding us of our fundamental human connection to narrative and to each other. The very act of tending the fire, adding logs, and watching the sparks ascend into the night sky becomes an integral part of the storytelling experience, creating natural pauses and rhythms that enhance the narrative flow and allow listeners to reflect on the unfolding tale. The shifting shadows cast by the flames, the crackle and hiss of burning wood, and the scent of smoke all contribute to a multi-sensory environment that deeply immerses participants in the storytelling moment, making it a holistic and unforgettable experience. This rich sensory tapestry transforms a simple recounting of events into a profound communal ritual, where the story is not just heard, but felt, seen, and smelled, engaging all the senses in a collective act of imagination and shared meaning-making. The flickering light acts as a natural projector, animating the storyteller's expressions and gestures, further drawing the audience into the heart of the narrative, making the experience dynamic and deeply engaging. Ultimately, the enduring power of stories told around campfires lies in their ability to transcend time and cultural boundaries, connecting us to the countless generations who have gathered around similar flames, sharing their fears, their hopes, and their dreams under the vast, silent expanse of the night sky. These narratives, whether ancient myths or contemporary anecdotes, serve as a continuous thread woven through the fabric of human history, reminding us of our shared humanity and our innate desire to understand our world and our place within it through the transformative power of storytelling. The campfire, therefore, is not merely a source of heat and light. It is a sacred space, a crucible of imagination, and a timeless stage where the human spirit finds its voice, echoing across millennia, ensuring that the wisdom, laughter, and wonder of our ancestors continue to illuminate our path forward, one captivating tale at a time.